You're watching the MEAC on ESPN+. Beautiful Virginia Beach, site of the 2024 MEAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. Glad to have you with us alongside Steve Foster. I'm Kip McConico. Foss, 2 great days of action in the books today, the final day. And, well, there are a lot of titles on the line. Records will surely be set.
Absolutely. You know, we had 2 great days of giving out individual golds, 8 of them for the men, others for the women, and the team championship is one of the things that we talk about a lot because there seems to be powerhouses at the top, but a lot of individual greatness to be had throughout this meet.
Yeah, right you are, my friend. We'll talk about those team championships. Take a look at the standings as they currently are in just a bit. Take a look at some of the highlights through the first 2.5 days of action. Boss, you mentioned it has been some very impressive performances individually and team-wise. We had the women's pole vault, shot put, men's pole vault, all earlier today. We will have the men's and women's mile coming up very shortly. Talk about some athleticism there. A lot of smiles to be had today. There are a lot more coming.
Well, you know, I did the shot put. That seems like it's a lot of fun. I never got to flip and do things like that. And then, as you mentioned, the pole vault. I stay away from it. That's way too advanced for me.
Here are the current standings. The men through 5 events having been scored. Norfolk State 2-time defending champion with a 10-point lead over NC Central. Spartans looking to make it 3 in a row and their 13th overall MEAC Indoor Men's Track and Field Championship. On the women's side, very tight with 8 events having been scored between the Spartans and the Bison. Howard, they're the 2-time defending champion on the women's side last year, obliterating the record, racking up 235 points in their win.
Yeah, and right now, only through 8 events, there's a lot more to be had. We'll watch Howard and Norfolk State on the women's side as they compete for that team championship.
We'll take a look at what we have coming up for you today. We will wrap things up 4 p.m. local time, the men's 1600, the 4x4 relay. What a way to wrap things up, and immediately our award ceremony to follow. But coming up very shortly, our first event, we will bring you the men's and women's mile.
1,600 meters or 1,500 meters, either way, it's a long trip around because it's not just 4. It's twice that. It's indoors, and it's only a 200-meter track. So now you got to go 16 times.
There are going to be some familiar names, particularly on the women's side, if you're a MEAC track and field fan. As you see some of the early assignments there, some of our athletes as we get ready. Again, very glad to have you with us here on ESPN+. A warm welcome wherever you may be joining us from.
Kit, and I got to tell you, my math, I wanted to give them a whole nother mile 8 times. It's like 16. I'm like, man, I got tired doing that math. Well, they'd get tired if they ran 16 times. That'd be 2 miles.
Well, we already had the 5,000. Mercelin Camayo of Norfolk State claimed a victory in that one as the Spartans were 1, 2, and 3. And speaking of Camayo, there she is, the Norfolk State Spartan. She is the one to beat in this event. The defending champion last year won the women's mile, a time of 5:04.92.
Yes, a very memorable name and race last year by the champion, the defending champion.
The 8 schools representing the MEAC: Coppin State, Delaware State, Howard, Maryland Eastern Shore, Morgan State, Norfolk State, North Carolina Central, and South Carolina State. The 43rd edition of the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships began in 1981. South Carolina State, the men's and women's champion in that first year.
Yeah, you know, I will not try to show favoritism to my dad's alma mater, the Morgan State Bears, but it's great to see them competing in this indoor championship as well.
The women's mile in the Virginia Beach Sports Center. There's, you see number 1 there, the staggered start. Camayo, the number 1, third of those 3 Spartans in the staggered start on the top. Norfolk State so adept in these distance races, particularly on the women's side.
Yeah, and they can work in concert as a team. If they want to set the pace fast, or if they want to go ahead and get out and block and keep other runners from passing. It's a strategy for a team that is loaded with talent.
The qualifying time for the women, 5:18 flat. That was the qualifying mark. Kamayo again, a last year's winner in this event. That time of 5:04.92. The best mark in a conference, set back in 2019 by Norfolk State. Martha Bissa, 4:43.34.
Yeah, smoking. Because remember, the turns are so much tighter on a 200-meter track than it is outdoors when you have that bigger track and the turns are a bit softer to make.
That's a great point. And obviously the banked track, there are a lot of differences from the indoor to the outdoor. Sometimes we think running is running.
It is not.
Not the case.
No, sir. And you have to prepare for that because the turns do make a difference in your speed, how you carry it in and out of a turn kit to especially make a last-ditch effort dash if you have to in these sprints.
6 to go. Kamayo leading the way. 38.06 was her last lap split.
And as you can see, Norfolk State running as a team. You know, they do this in their practices, so they know who's going to be out ahead first. This is a heat. It's not a final, if I'm not mistaken. So no need to go all out. Just get you a nice, good pace and this first heat of the women's mile.
So Kamayo leading the way. Her teammate, Yvonne Sandui, a freshman there with the Spartans, currently sitting in second. Camille Egbula of Howard in third. Kara Grant of Norfolk State in the mix, as is Amani Thompson of the Spartans. So 4 Norfolk State runners in the top 5, not a surprise.
No, and again, they practice like this. So this is nothing new for them when they go to a meet. You know, we run like this all the time. We get coached in this fashion. So when it comes to be competitive, all they do is have to switch gears from, hey, we're working on this on a practice track to an indoor championship.
4 laps to go. Kamayo still leading the way. Grant has moved into third. Egbula of Howard now dropping into fourth. Kamayo, last year's outstanding runner for the women. She was the gold medalist in both this event, the mile, as well as the 3,000. She's already won the 3,000 this
track
edition. She's already won that back on Sunday.
Right.
A very impressive time of 17:23.58. Can she double up again?
Well, you know, you need a little rest, right? Because these are legs, but these are youthful legs. You know, O to be 20 and 21 again.
Kamayo 39.05, the last split, leading the way. 3 laps to go. The junior now being passed by her freshman teammate Sandui, leading the way now.
Remember, this is a heat, so you can. No, it's final. Oh, that's correct. So this could be fun because you have teammates competing, and you know, Kamayo's not going to let a freshman out, kicker or runner. But you know, now it's strategy among the teammates. It'll be points for that team championship, 1, 2, and possibly 3 for Norfolk State women.
Kamayo retaking to the pole position. Sandui dropping into second. Grant and Egbula in third and fourth respectively, having dropped off the pace. And now you see Kamayo putting down the hammer.
Well, she's stronger. She's been in this program 2 more years. There's a huge difference from being a freshman in any program and a junior. The workouts, the eating habits, all of that practice and preparation. And now in this bell last lap, you can see Kamayo, the junior, stepping to another championship run.
Kamayo so smooth, making it look easy. Leading the way, the junior for the Spartans, pulling away from the rest of the field. No one able to keep up.
You know, when you're a champion, you come with the full expectation of doing the same, and my goodness, there may be a runner that gets lapped in this mile.
And Kamayo crosses the time, 5:02 for the junior from Kenya. That would be a PR. Sandui finishing 5:03.7. That would also be a PR for the freshman. As Norfolk State finishing 1, 2, and 3. Grant coming in third. Egbula of Howard finishing fourth. Miller of Howard finishing fifth.
No way I could run a 5-minute mile running downhill. That is very impressive. And again, the tightness of this track in the indoor track season, even more impressive with her personal, or PR, as you mentioned, personal best.
Cut almost 5 seconds off her championship time from a year ago.
That's the strength of someone going from being a sophomore to a junior and understanding what it takes to win.
There it is, 5 minutes, .02. A PB there for Kamayo. Her teammate Sandui also with a personal best of 5:03.7. So Kamayo, your women's mile winner for the second consecutive year. The Kenyan just bided her time, but when she felt the opportunity, she took it and never looked back.
And she knew what kind of strength she had. You mentioned the 3,000 win on Sunday, but plenty of rest for the junior to kick it in here and win the women's mile.
We'll turn our sights to the men's mile coming up shortly. Her teammate Rafael Couture will be looking to do the same as he won the men's 5,000 there earlier, and we will see if he is able to improve as well. He narrowly edged North Carolina Central's MEAC Kuyo in the men's 5,000 back on Sunday. So he saw his teammate double up the women's 5,000 and the mile. Right there, now in the possession of Merceline Kamayo. We'll see if her teammate Rafael Couture can do the same.
Well, 1, 2, and 3 go the Norfolk State women. Lots of points in the team championship race for Norfolk State. Very impressive, but as you mentioned, now the men, and you probably could see more of the same, because it just seems that Norfolk State has gone out and got some impressive student athletes when it comes to the mile and the distance races.
We said it, Howard on the women's side, two-time defending champion, and last year so impressive, 235 points, just obliterating the rest of the field. Norfolk State, they were in second, but a distant second with just 116.
Yeah, well, and when you go first, second, and third, maybe you're trying to close that gap from last year. People's memories are not short.
When we return, the men's mile coming up, 2024 MEAC Men's and Women's Indoor Championship.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes.
That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool.
Wow, these guys are almost Cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake. Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
You ready for this? March 8th through the 11th. The crowd, the players, focused on one thing, the Norfolk Scope Arena. 8 schools battling, but one champion will stand. So who's it gonna be? Get your tickets now and come see, step in, have your face in the place. The MEAC Basketball Tournament.
Ready to present some medals, the women's mile, and yes, it is all Spartans. A sweep for Norfolk State, 1, 2, and 3 for us.
Well, when you get married, you jump over the broom. When you go first, second, third, you sweep with the broom. And right there, some happy teammates finishing 1, 2, and 3. And as crazy as it sounds, their numbers, not their official numbers as participants, but the numbers in the race also matching. That's crazy.
It's interesting how that corresponds. You see Mercelin Kamayo obviously finishing first, setting a personal record. The junior from Kenya, 5 minutes flat, .02. The freshman Yvonne Sandui finishing second, 5:03.7, and the senior Kara Grant finishing in third. You talk about some talent, and the fact that you have a freshman, a junior, and a senior. Spartans are going to be good in this event for a while.
Yeah, at least they don't have to give up 2 places when you think about next season. And a freshman already on the podium is impressive.
It is indeed. The head coach, Kenneth Giles, the outstanding coach on the men's side a year ago, looking to maybe add a women's title to that as well. Grant, your third place finisher, the senior. Sandui, the freshman, winning silver. And no surprise, Mercelin Kamayo winning the women's mile. The surprise may be in the time, cutting almost 5 seconds off her mark from a year ago.
Well, you have 2 teammates, and again, they were pushing. There was a great pace by this Norfolk State women's mile team.
Well, the opportunity to speak with Mercelin coming up in just a bit. We'll ask her about that, being able to run with your teammates, what that's like to finish 1, 2, and 3. Take a look at what we have. The men's mile, that'll be coming up shortly. The men's triple jump, that'll be our final field event here of the competition. And then, Foss, it is fast and furious, and I mean that quite literally.
Yeah, and again, with the hurdles, with the 400, the 800, all these, except that 3,000 being the sprints, and that's what you love to see. And then, of course, every track meet ends with that mile relay, the 4x400.
4x4, that'll be at 4 p.m. local time. The award ceremony immediately following that final event. Stick with us and follow along MEACsports.com. Now joined by our women's mile champion, Mercelin Kamayo, the star junior for the Spartans. Mercelin, a very impressive performance from you, cutting nearly 5 seconds off your mark from a year ago, a personal record. Talk to us about this race.
I'm so grateful to God for this race. It was hard, but I think it's only God who put me through it. And I'm so grateful for my coaches, because from last year, I can see I got a lot of improvement on these races. From the day we started the competition until today, I'm so grateful for Coach Farrell, because he has been a great coach. I'm grateful for my teammates, because they have pushed me through these races, especially the freshman Sandui. She's doing good. She has helped me get where I am now.
Mercelin, your teammates, you mentioned them. How good is it to run with them in practice and then get to this final and know that you really don't do much different than what you do back at Norfolk State, and then you all are on the podium?
It's only through hard work. I'm so before I was the only competitor, I was competing by myself, but since we have new freshmen, they're helping me through pushing hard, especially on practice, because last year I was the only one doing the distance and I used to train by myself. But this year I have a good, let's say I have a good team and good colleagues.
Mercelin, congratulations. We'll let you go get ready for the 3,000 meters coming up. We look forward to seeing you in that race later today.
Thank you so much.
Your women's mile champion, the star junior from Norfolk State, Mercelin Kamayo, a personal record of 5 minutes flat, .02. When we return, we will keep it with the mile. The men coming up, the 2024 MEAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships.
is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
The power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
Is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
what are you guys doing?
Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes.
That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost Cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
You ready for this? March 8th through the 11th. The crowd, the players, focused on one thing. The Norfolk Scope Arena. 8 schools battling, but one champion will stand. So who's it gonna be? Get your tickets now and come see, step in, have your face in the place. The MEAC Basketball Tournament.
Welcome back here at beautiful Virginia Beach, the Virginia Beach Sports Center. Final day of action in the 2024 MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. He's Steve Foster, I'm Kip McConico. Glad to have you with us here on ESPN+. Take a look at our lane assignments for the men's mile. You saw Rafael Couture of Norfolk State. He's the one to keep an eye on. Has the best time thus far, 4:13.94 for the junior from Kenya. Madison King of Howard there as well, the senior from the Bison, another impressive runner, and Gideon Sagi, Victor Jumo of Norfolk State rounding out the top 4, both for Norfolk State. Norfolk State, again, is going to be looking to sweep this event. They know this is an opportunity to get big points.
Yeah, and again, the practice and perfect practice makes perfect. You have 3 runners, 4 runners that all work in tandem, and it helps at these events to be able to pace, run together, feel comfortable.
Reagan Kimtai of Norfolk State won this last year, a time of 4:14.57. He has since graduated, but the plethora of talented Spartan runners continue, and you see them there in the white singlets, yellow shorts. They will certainly be a factor. King of Howard hoping to break things up. Davian Gray of Morgan State. Could he be a dark horse in this race, possibly?
He could. He could spoil all the fun. Naughty number 9, as they said back in Schoolhouse Rock days.
The men's mile coming up. The qualified mark, 4:23 flat. You see all of the Spartans there. Couture with the number 1 on his singlet. King, Devin Smith of Delaware State, Emmanuel Patafort of NC Central there as well. Traden Keels of Howard rounding out the top 10. Marian Drazan of Delaware State there wearing number 5. So it is certainly not a foregone conclusion by any stretch.
Nobody's going to give up a gold.
Right you are.
You got to earn it, friend.
A lot of talented runners in this race. But Couture, Sagi, and Jumo, they will be hoping to emulate what their women did just a few minutes ago and get a podium sweep. Underway, men's mile. And a quick start there. A staggered field. And Mercelin Kamayo, last year's outstanding runner, having won the women's earlier, setting a PR 5 minutes flat .02. Reagan Kimtai won this last season. 4:14.57. The best mark in conference set by Maryland Eastern Shore's Khalil Rimdi Kaneen back in 2017. 4:05.08.
Flying.
That's moving. Not a lot of separation thus far. Just into our second lap, still 7 to go. Jumo there leading the way alongside King of Howard. You can see Drazen of Delaware State and Couture of Norfolk State there in the top 4.
I don't think anybody's going to try to give anything away today here, Kit.
Couture won the men's 5,000 back on Sunday, narrowly edging out Cuyo of North Carolina Central. Victor Jumo finishing 4th, his teammate Gideon Segui in 5th, and King of Howard closed out the top 5. Obviously a different race from the 5,000. But you'll see a lot of the familiar faces in both the 5, the 3, and the mile. 3 coming up a bit later.
Yeah.
Jumo leading the way, King in 2nd. Drazen and Couture battling for 3rd with 5 laps remaining. Drazen just a freshman for the Delaware State Hornet. Sometimes, Foss, it's almost better to be one of the younger runners because you don't quite understand the pressure. You don't understand. You only get a few of these chances to win a conference title.
Exactly. And again, nobody's shying away. There's not a rabbit here and then somebody's going to just pull off to the side. This is 8 strong to the finish.
4 to go. Jumo leading the way. King, Drazen, and Couture. Your top 4. Smith, Paddleford, and Segui. 5, 6, and 7. And now that top 4 separating themselves with 3 laps remaining. Jumo still leading the way. Drazen having moved into 2nd. Bucketed by a pair of Spartans in the form of Jumo and Couture. Fans on their feet making a move. King of Howard trying to get into that top 3 as Jumo still very smooth, has not broken his form whatsoever.
No, he hasn't.
Couture trying to make a move. Now Drazen makes a move. The freshman from Delaware State taking 1st place. Just over 2 laps remaining. Now here comes Rafael Couture. 1 lap to go. Little contact between Drazen and Couture. Drazen able to stay up.
He's got the longer stride. Now can he turn it over?
The freshman from Delaware State leading. Couture behind him, his teammate Jumo sitting in 3rd. Drazen into the final turn. Delaware State fans on their feet. Drazen a look over his shoulder, pulls away. And Marian Drazen, the freshman from Delaware State, will take the men's mile. A time of 4:12.91, a PR for him. Jumo finishing 2nd, his teammate Couture of Norfolk State in 3rd. Paddleford of NC Central in 4th. Segui rounding out the top 5 for Norfolk State. But all of the top 4 runners setting personal bests.
Well, we knew, again, when you had Norfolk State in this race, that they were going to push each other. What they didn't know is you have a freshman who says, I've got the stride. If I can turn over equal to or greater than you, I can cover more ground every time I get some output. And as you mentioned, Drazen from Del State gets the gold. What a heck of a race.
What a heck of a race indeed. Just a freshman for the Hornets. A very impressive race from that young man. That top 3, they were neck and neck. Jumo and Couture, but it was the freshman Drazen who ultimately would take 1st place for Delaware State.
just settled in and kept the pace. And then you make your move, Kit, and you keep that stride, and then you just power through.
A freshman taking the men's mile, first year in this competition, and what a way to put a stamp on it for the Hornets. When we return, the Men's Mile Awards from the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
The Men's Mile Trophy presentation coming up. Maria Andrezan, the freshman from the Czech Republic, taking it. A pair of Spartans finishing second and third.
Well, let it be known that this freshman, he led 3 Hornets in the top 10 as Del State claimed a team title when it came to cross country last season.
A star cross country runner able to translate that to the indoor track. You see the Rafael Couture of Norfolk State finishing third, a time of 4:13.82, a personal record for the junior. His classmate Victor Jumo, 4:13.33 for the silver medalist from the Spartans. But your men's mile winner from Delaware State, Maria Andrezan, 4:12.91, a personal best for the freshman.
And very happy, and he should be elated because he went through some serious competition to get that first place medal.
He did indeed. By Jumo and Couture as those three finish on the podium, but more big points for the Spartans, Foss, second and third in the men.
Yeah, they just keep piling them on, taking hardware and points along the way.
We said it. They are looking for a three-peat on the men's side. Winners in 2022. Last year was their 12th overall. Could they make it number lucky 13 in 2024?
A good possibility.
Now joined by our men's mile winner, just a freshman for the Hornets, Maria Andrezan of Delaware State. Congratulations, Maria. A very impressive cross-country season for you. And what a finish. Your first ever men's indoor mile, and you come away with a gold medal.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a pretty hard race, you know, 4 guys from Norfolk, pretty decent runners. So it was a really nice race, really nice fight till the end. And I started pushing like 300 meters to go. And I said, yeah, this race is mine. So I did my best to win the gold medal for DSU and score 10 points. This matters. So I'm really happy with this result.
We also saw your stride and the turnover really kept you out in front when you made that last push for the last 300 meters of this race. And I think that's an advantage for you over your competitors.
Yeah, my stride is pretty long. I know that. I think I have to work like more into the dynamics because my strong is so long. But for distance, it doesn't matter, you know. You'll get a longer stride, and the legs are working pretty well, so I managed to win.
And just a freshman for the Hornets, Maria Andrezan, your men's mile champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And he set a personal record in the process, 4:12.91 for the freshman. Use that stride, as you said. All smiles from that young man. Men's triple jump coming up after this.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost Cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
You ready for this? March 8th through the 11th. The crowd, the players, focused on one thing. The Norfolk Scope Arena. 8 schools battling, but one champion will stand. So who's it gonna be? Get your tickets now and come see. Step in. Have your face in the plates. The MEAC Basketball Tournament.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
we fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost Cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
You ready for this? March 8th through the 11th. The crowd, the players, focused on one thing. The Norfolk Scope Arena. 8 schools battling, but one champion will stand. So who's it gonna be? Get your tickets now and come see. Step in. Have your face in the plates. The MEAC Basketball Tournament. You ready for this? March 8th through the 11th. The crowd, the players, focused on one thing. The Norfolk Scope Arena. 8 schools battling, but one champion will stand. So who's it gonna be? Get your tickets now and come see. Step in. Have your face in the plates. the MEAC Basketball Tournament.
Welcome back. Take a look at what we have coming up. The men's triple jump. Well, they are still warming up. We'll keep you up to date on that as they get closer as we turn our sights to our women's and men's 60-meter hurdles. Alongside Steve Foster, I'm Kip McConico, and glad to have you with us here on ESPN Plus. Wherever you are, you can follow along at home at MEACsports.com. We have live results as well as all the storylines, heat sheets. Make sure that you know exactly where we are, Foss, as we turn our sights to our women's 60-meter hurdles. It'll be the women's and men's 400 coming up. Take a look at our lane assignments in this one. Last year, Darcy Kahn of Howard won it 8-2-2 the time. Her teammates Lauren Thompson and Simone Watkins will be in lanes 1 and 2 respectively. Nia Richards of Norfolk State in 3. Kyra Ray Dunbar, one to keep an eye on in lane 4 for the Bison. Brooklyn Robinson of Norfolk State in 5. Catherine Glenn of Delaware State in 6. Jasmine Hunter of Howard in 7. And from Coppin State, Erin Palmer rounds out the field in lane 8.
A lot of competitors from Howard. And you mentioned, Kit, their women's team came on strong. Well, this could be the beginning of that as Norfolk State has led on the women's side in this indoor championship.
Yeah, right you are. Darcy Kahn having graduated, but there's still a ton of talent there in the district for the Bison. 4 runners in the 60-meter hurdles. Thompson, Watkins, Dunbar in lane 4. Has the best time thus far of those, along with Watkins. Let's take a look over at our men's triple jump. Isaac Haywood of Norfolk State won this event last year, 15.25, his winning mark. So a lot of action. We'll try to keep you up to date on that. Now we turn our sights back to the women's 60-meter hurdles. Best time in conference. Again, that 8.26 for Watkins of Howard in lane 2. Simone Watkins, the senior, her final attempt, final chance to get some hardware in the MEAC indoor.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that 8.26, quick and advantageous over these competitors. I don't know if Howard just has a hold on the hurdles, but 4 competitors strong here in Heat 1.
The Bison certainly one of the top teams. David Oliver's women in the sprints. They are a side. They come on strong on the final day is what you will see. We said it last year. They set that title 235 points, Boss. You consider Norfolk State finished second? That was with 116 points.
Yeah.
That's a win for the Bison.
That's a huge win. And it's Heat 1 of 1, meaning final.
Again, Thompson's, Watkins of Howard in 1 and 2, Richards, Norfolk State in 3, Dunbar of Howard in 4, Robinson of Norfolk State in 5, Glenn of Delaware State in 6, Hunter of Howard in 7, Palmer of Coppin State in 8.
This is technical because you can sprint 60, but it's the steps getting over these hurdles, Kit, that make all the difference. Got to be technically sound. I loved the 60. That was my favorite, but not with hurdles.
It's a different ball game.
Completely.
Runners in the blocks. 60-meter hurdles. Dunbar there, Thompson, Dunbar. But it's going to be Norfolk State, Robinson, and Richards in 3 and 5. And it will be Brooklyn Robinson of Norfolk State, 8-2-7 with a personal record. Richards, 8-3-3 also with a personal record. What a race by the Spartans.
Yeah, and again, so smooth and technique sound over these hurdles. And you see from the beginning, and catch this replay, Kit. Out smooth and just stepping over these hurdles as fast as you can. And then it's all drive to the finish line.
Robinson, the 5'9" sophomore from PGC, right outside of the district, Prince George County. And
yes,
what a race from that young woman.
Congratulations. Also home of Kevin Durant.
Few athletes have come out of PGC.
Yes.
Just one or two.
Yes.
Saying that obviously tongue-in-cheek. You talk about some athletes in a very small area. And there is Brooklyn Robinson, your winner in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Our men will be coming up. But first, our men's shot put award. Well, sometimes we don't give the field athletes the credit they deserve, and an impressive performance from all of these young men. Terrell Martin of Delaware State, your winner, a mark of 15.46 for the Hornet. His teammate Christopher Johnson finishing in third. Zachary Doan of Morgan State finishing second.
Hornets and Bears.
Doesn't sound like a good combination,
nah,
but it works.
I guess the bear was reaching into the honey and got the Hornets.
Again, Mr. Martin of Delaware State, first place, 15.46 meter, and your men's shot put champion. The junior with a season's best throw to win the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference Indoor Track and Field Shot Put Championship. Busy time of the day. Just wrapped up our women's 60-meter hurdles. Men will be coming up as well. Men's triple jump underway. But first, time to hand out a little hardware, Foss.
Absolutely. And, you know, a lot of relief when you get on that podium. You know, you're competing this whole time. You find out you're going to be in the top 3. Elation and relief.
In those field events, you generally know if you're going to finish in that top 3, but that's one thing. Getting first or second, that is a completely different.
Yes.
And there is your men's champion from Delaware State. Season's best, 15.46 for Mr. Martin. Impressive throw from that young man. Congratulations to him. We'll have the opportunity to speak with him in just a bit. The Newark, Delaware product. Just a junior, Foss. He'll be back.
Coming back. Defend.
Our men's 60-meter hurdles coming up. A busy time of the day. Try to keep you up to date on all of it right here. But again, you can follow along MEACsports.com and livefinallaptiminggroup.com as well. All the official times. Well, here are your lane assignments for the men's 60-meter hurdles, Foss. The finals, Thomas of SC State in 1, Clyburn of Howard in a 2, his teammate Langford in 3. Lang of Howard in 4. Hawkins rounds out the quartet of Bison in lane 5. Shelton of Delaware State in 6. Williams of South Carolina State in 7. And his teammate Allen rounding out the field in lane 8.
I like that, the quartet. But you see, as these hurdlers are getting out of their blocks, making the measurements technically sound. But let's go to the shot put.
Yeah, let's speak with the champion, Mr. Martin of Delaware State, now joining us. Your men's shot put champion, a season best throw of 15.46. Very impressive. Congratulations, just a junior, but able to take this title. And I know it has to feel good having a teammate finish on the podium with you as well.
Yeah, it felt good. Just him pushing me, him and Zachary Dillon from Morgan State just motivated me while I was last in the finals, and it just made me throw further as I could.
Terrell, what about the fact that, you know, you have this opportunity to shine indoors before outdoors and take some hardware with you going into the outdoor season?
It feels good. Finally, I'm first because I only get an outdoor. I keep getting beat on my last throw on outdoor, so I kept getting second, and finally for indoor, I'm up top on first.
And Terrell, I've got to apologize. Your winning throw, I shorted you. It was 15.97. I was shorting you a bit there. You're a lot bigger.
He was putting you in second again, Terrell.
You're a lot bigger than I am, so I want to make sure we stay on good terms there. One thing we know for sure, you have a gold medal around your neck. Congratulations, you're men's shot put champion. Look forward to seeing you in the outdoor come later this spring.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Delaware State Hornet, a season's best. And let me reiterate this, 15.97. That came on his third throw.
Yeah.
His best mark coming in was 15.46. That was his best mark of the season. He bested that today, a season's best. And if you're going to throw a season's best, conference championship's the time to do it.
Absolutely, because, again, the competition was stiff. His teammate, Morgan State, and it just doesn't matter how much you win by or if this is the best time that you had all season. It was the greatest time to have his best all season.
Your women's triple jump podium, Faithlin Irving of Maryland Eastern Shore there. Your winner, 12 meters 5.5, came in her fifth attempt, her penultimate attempt. Jasmine Ward of Howard finishing third. A mark of 12.05 came in her last. Cameron Gist of South Carolina State, the sophomore, with a mark of 12.23, a personal best for her in her final jump.
Orangeburg, South Carolina.
Yes, indeed, my friend. Bulldogs well represented. South Carolina State, you and I are one of the smaller of the MEAC schools, just under 2,700 students. And representing the smallest enrollment-wise, just 2,300 from Princess Anne, Maryland, University of Maryland Eastern Shore, Faithlin Irving, your women's triple jump champion.
Yeah, great technique there. Great participation. These women doing a fantastic job against each other, and now on the podium.
Our men's 60-meter hurdles coming up. Again, Jameli Thomas, South Carolina State in 1, Darian Clyburn of Howard in 2, his teammate Ola Langford in 3, Arnold Lang of Howard in 4, Zachary Hawkins in 5, Jaden Shelton of Delaware State in 6, Jonathan Williams, South Carolina State in 7, and Jalen Allen of South Carolina State rounds out the field in lane number 8. Best time of the bunch this year, Mr. Hawkins of Howard in lane 5. The senior ran a 7.87. That's his season's best.
Otto Lang right behind him, though. 7.89.
Those two teammates battling in practice day in and day out. Howard has the best mark in conference in the... Excuse me, it is Ronnie Ash, actually the best mark in conference, set in 2009, 7.63. That mark has stood for a while. The men's 60-meter hurdles. 43rd edition of the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Third and final day of competition. Well, as we talk about the importance of all of these points, it's about that team title. Off we go, men's 60-meter hurdles. And you see the Bison there finishing 1 and 2. Is it 1, 2, and 3? I believe it was. Hawkins will take it. The senior, 7-8-2. Lang finishing a second. Clyburn in third. A podium sweep for the Bison.
Impressive. They got out to a great start, technique-wise, and boom. 1, 2, 3, as you mentioned, Kit.
And not just a podium sweep, not just 1, 2, 3. All three, Hawkins, Lang, and Clyburn, all setting personal bests.
You have to when it comes to the final. Wow.
A pair of seniors in Hawkins and Clyburn, their final time here in the indoor, and Lang just a freshman. But there is your men's 60-meter hurdle champion of Howard, Zachary Hawkins. We'll speak with him in a bit, but first, let's speak with another champion, our women's triple jump champion from Maryland Eastern Shore, Faithlin Irving. Very impressive stuff from you, Faithlin. Your 5th jump was your best mark, 12.55. Talk to us, if you would, about that jump.
I just put my mind to it. I wanted to get a better mark, but I was grateful. I just stayed focused, listened to what my coach said, and did what I had to do.
You did unbelievably well. You have some great competition beside you. Did you get some motivation by those other competitors pushing you?
Yes, I did.
And you felt good. Did you all have a friendly competition because you know you're going to see each other in the outdoor season as well?
Yes.
Well, again, congratulations. We love the fact that you can compete indoors against each other. You take home a gold medal, which is phenomenal. It's hard to do, and we can't emphasize that enough. Congratulations today on your championship win.
Thank you.
Faithlin Irving of Maryland Eastern Shore, your women's triple jump champion. The Bison finishing 1, 2, and 3 in the men's 60-meter hurdles. We'll speak with them coming up after this.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
Your women's 60-meter hurdle podium. A pair of Spartans finishing 1 and 2. Brooklyn Robinson, your women's champion. Floss, we have seen some speed, and there was certainly some in this race.
Oh, yeah, and not a lot of time separating first and third. Less than 1/10 of a second. And that's quick. The two Norfolk State athletes, Robinson and Richards, 1 and 2, with Dunbar from Howard finishing in third.
Robinson 8.27, a personal record, and that is the 50th best time in Division I this season. Just a sophomore is Brooklyn Robinson. Her teammate, you said Richards, right behind her, 8.33, and Kyrie Dunbar of Howard finishing in third. All three running top 80 times this season in Division I.
Well, it's great to see that. That means rounding into form here at this championship in the indoor season, and still more to come.
But again, congratulations. Brooklyn Robinson, just a sophomore, and I think there's still more to come from her if I had to guess.
I believe so.
I think that's a pretty safe assumption. Your women's podium finishers there for the 60-meter hurdles. We will have the men's 60-meter hurdle podium coming up in just a bit. Boss, a chance for you and I to catch our breath.
Well, you know, seeing all this speed on the track here in this 60 meters hurdles, you're definitely right, especially when we're seeing Norfolk State and Howard on the men's side of the 60 meter final just cooking over these hurdles, very sound techniques, and then leaning towards the tape to get on the podium.
And we'll head to the track coming up very shortly, the men's 400 meter. And it'll be our 60 meter dash, women and the men. But there are the Bison of Howard sweeping to the podium in the men's 60 meter hurdles. Jaron Clyburn finishing third. His teammate and freshman Otto Lang finishing second. And the senior Zachary Hawkins finishing first.
And I mean, this was as close could get. 7.82, 7.87, 7.89. Go the top three for Howard, the Bison.
Mr. Hawkins
running a lot faster than normal Bison.
I don't know. Bison can run. I don't know if they can run as fast now. I'll give it to these men right here.
Right.
Again, Hawkins, the senior from Georgia, winning 7.82 his time. And look at that, 7.82, 7.87, 7.89. Talk about neck and neck.
Bam, bam, bam.
Noah Langford, who is the fourth Howard competitor in this race, finished fifth. That's impressive for Coach David Oliver's side.
Clearly in shape.
Mr. Clyburn not missing any days in the weight room.
No,
that
sir.
much is for sure.
Clearly in shape.
The star freshman, Otto Lang, finishing second. And your winner, the senior from Lithonia, Georgia.
These student athletes are fast.
Zachary Hawkins.
Yes, sir.
No argument here, my friend.
No.
All three setting personal records.
Yes.
Howard making themselves known.
Clearly.
Last year, they finished second on the men's side. It was Norfolk State who took their second consecutive title.
Right.
Howard, 71 points behind to finish second on the men's side. They won the women's side. We mentioned that record-setting performance, but you know the Bison and Coach David Oliver would like nothing more than to double up.
Oh, yes.
That is the ultimate goal if you can do so. The women's 400 meters now. We said it, a lot of action. Here are the lane assignments.
Now here's heat 1 of 2.
Right you are, my friend. Mackenzie Evans of Maryland Eastern Shore in lane 3. Zoe Turner of Howard in 4.
2 times around the track, Kit.
Delaware State's Miriam in 5, and Chloe Lucas of Maryland Eastern Shore in 5. But quickly, let's speak with our women's 60-meter hurdle champion, the sophomore from Norfolk State, Brooklyn Robinson. Brooklyn, a very impressive performance from you, a personal best, 8.27. Your teammate, Richards, finishing second. Well, walk us through this race, if you would.
Really, I just had to make sure that I, stayed with everybody at the start. But after that, everything was smooth sailing. It just felt so natural. So, yeah, and it was nice to have my teammate push me.
What about the technical side of the race? Did you just feel very comfortable once you got out the blocks well?
Yes. Basically, everything I worked for, everything felt really natural. I don't even know. Everything just happened so fast. I can't even remember what happened for real.
Well, you're a champion. Congratulations.
Just a sophomore. I have a feeling there'll be a few more medals around her neck. Brooklyn Robinson, your women's 60-meter hurdle champion. And yes, it happened so fast, 8.27 seconds. Speaking of fast, here we go. Moving to our women's 400-meter heat 1 of 2. Delaware State and Maryland Eastern Shore, they're on top in lanes 5 and 6 respectively. Here comes Zoe Turner of Howard in lane 4. Evans of Maryland Eastern Shore. And it's going to be Turner there leading the way here. A women's 400. Zoe Turner now of Howard 25.25 on the first lap, the sophomore. Can she take this heat?
Here comes the finish, Kit.
Trying to hold on is Turner. Final stretch, Turner extending her lead, and it will be Zoe Turner of Howard who takes the first heat. 56.01, a personal best for the sophomore.
2 PRs.
Miriam of Delaware State also with a personal best for the freshman. And now we will turn our sights to the second heat of the women's 400 meter. But first, speak with another champion, this time on the men's side. The senior from Howard, Zachary Hawkins. Your final time here in the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championship, you come away with a gold, and not just a gold, a personal best as well, 7.82. If you would, walk us through this race. What worked for you?
Honestly, getting at that blocks, I was trying to make sure I got at that blocks really hard, trying to be clean over the hurdles. Really in my head, all I knew is that I had to run. You know, I train with these guys every day, so I knew it was going to be a competition. I knew it was going to have to be something fast in order for me to win this race. So I just knew I needed to execute. I could have did a little better with the execution, you know, but I can't complain. I came home with a gold and I dropped the PR. So,
well, your other two podium mates, Otto and Darian, clearly pushed you. And how great is it to have that look of the three of y'all up there on the podium?
Honestly, it's fantastic. Honestly, it's a really good look. You know, we've been waiting for the day we can all just go 1, 2, 3 at MEAC. You know, over the years we've been going 1, 2, you know, all the time, and you know, it's just a really good feeling to go 1, 2, 3. We all worked really hard for this. You know, Otto is a really talented freshman. You know, Darian, he's a little older than me. I've been working with him for a long time. We've been trying to get on this podium. So honestly, it's a really fantastic feeling.
Well, you did it today. Congratulations to you and your teammates. The Bison, a podium sweep in the men's 60-meter hurdles. Your champion is Zachary Hawkins of Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7.82 for the senior, a personal record for he and all three of his podium mates, as we mentioned. It's one thing to get a podium sweep, but a PR for all three, that is something else.
And going over that many hurdles and only being in the 7s, whew.
Women's 400 meter, our second and final heat. Here are your lane assignments. Jeffries of Morgan State in 3, Lewis of Norfolk State in 4, Alphonse of Coppin State in 5, Woodruff of Howard in lane 6. Keep an eye on Kamani Alphonse of Coppin State, the senior, ran a 53.70. That is her season's, that is her personal best, I should say. She is in lane 5. McCrory of Hampton has the best mark in this set-in conference back in 2010, 50.54. That is the mark to beat. Jessica Wright of Howard won this event last year, 52.7. Alphonse and Woodruff of Coppin State right there. Alphonse 24.96 on her first lap. Woodruff trying to keep up with the speedster, the senior from Coppin State. Woodruff making a move on the outside. Can Alphonse hold on? Final stretch. A rudder goes down. That's Leanna Lewis of Norfolk State, but it's going to be Woodruff who in the final 60 meters able to come from behind to take the women's 400, sets a season best mark of 55.26.
Lewis out on the track there. Got caught up. Coming home in this second heat of the 400 for women.
Your women's champion there. Take another look. It was Alphonse leading the way, but a great race coming from behind, able to come away with it. As we said, Foss, never a foregone conclusion as Woodruff in the final 60 meters turned it on, had enough left in the tank as Alphonse started to falter. Woodruff found another gear and comes away with the victory. The sophomore from North Carolina.
It's a tough race, man, because it's a sprint 2 times around this banked, as you mentioned, indoor track. And you have to stay in your lane. Then you have the opportunity to come down on that last lap and vie for position in this 400 meters.
A season's best mark, 55.26. Alphonse of Coppin State finishing second. Zoe Turner of Howard in third. So more big points for the Bison.
Yeah.
A 1-3 finish in the women's 400. Our men's 400 coming up, but Voss, we talk about the importance, and sometimes we focus a little too much on who has the gold medal around their neck. Obviously, you want to win every event you're in, but those team points are critical. Each and every one could be the difference.
Well, and we spoke about how well the Howard women did last season indoors. And now you see they're starting to double, maybe triple up. You see the triple up on the men's side. This is where you start gathering chunks of points. And it over these events, Kit, they're going to add up.
Boss, you said it, chunks of points. If you're getting 2 on a podium, that is a big addition to that team point total.
Yeah, 8-10 here, 8-10 here, 18 a pop. You know, six events, yeah, that's real math.
That is indeed. That is real math. There's no argument here, my friend. I was not a math major, but even I will agree with that.
Exactly. So let me teach you. Let me teach you if you want to do real math. Yeah, you go up 2, go to 20, get the 6. That's 12, 0, 120, and then you have to take 12 away because you got 18 6 times. So that's 2 away from 20. You take 120 minus 12, and there's your answer, 108.
I trust you. You lost me about halfway through. But
fair
again,
enough.
that just proves I was not a math major. But no, in all seriousness, you're exactly right. And that is how it shapes up. You start to look at what's coming up, and the men's 400. You've got the men's and women's 60 coming up. Here's some of the lane assignments. Our first heat in the men's 400 will be Jacob Alexander of SC State in lane 3. Daniel Cunningham of Coppin State in 4. 2 more Bulldogs, Jovan Brooks and Isaiah Virtus round out the field in heat 1 in lanes 5 and 6. But there's a lot of action coming up today. Obviously, we still have the 300, but for the vast majority of these races, it's about the sprints, and these are places where Howard, particularly on the women's side, Norfolk State on the men's side, they really excel.
Yeah, and again, those chunks are coming because of that team, I guess, advantage and the fact that they have multiple athletes that are going to possibly point for that team championship. I had to make up for the fact, too, Kit, that I gave too many laps for the mile at the beginning of the program. So now I had to show you that you know, I can get it done when it comes to those chunks.
Don't forget to carry the 1.
Always.
That's my only advice there.
Yes, sir.
Last year, Janoy Brown of Maryland Eastern Shore won this event, a time of 47.56 in the men's 400. The record in the MEAC in the men's 400 set by South Carolina State's Tyrell Richard back in 2019, 44.82 the mark.
2 more heats, and right now you've got heat 1 with 3 athletes from South Carolina State.
But it's Daniel Cunningham of Coppin State who has the best mark of the bunch, the senior in lane 4. His PR is at 47.31. The season's best of the bunch, well, that's Jacob Alexander. He will be in lane 3 from South Carolina State. Man to keep an eye on.
Everybody's going to be moving and grooving on this one, Bus.
They will indeed. Heat 1 of 2, men's 400. A trio of Bulldogs. The Eagle from Coppin State, Cunningham in lane 4. Virtus there in lane 6. Alexander in lane 3. As they come around, And it is the Bulldogs after the first lap. A trio for SC State leading the way. Cunningham trying to keep up. Isaiah Virtus right now, the sophomore. Here comes Brooks on the outside trying to pass his teammate. And neck in neck, a photo finish between Brooks and Virtus. I think Brooks had enough to nip him at the tape. We will have to wait for confirmation on that. And there it is, Brooks. But you talk about neck and neck, 47.55, 47.57 for those two.
Yeah, and they just outran Daniel Cunningham. They just said, you know, we know this is an all-out sprint, and we're going to give it the best we have.
Cunningham of Coppin State finishing third in the first heat. Jovan Brooks, the sophomore, his classmate Virtus, both underclassmen. So they have set the table, and we will see what Heat 2 has in store. Take a look at our lane assignments. The mark to beat. But first, here are those lane assignments for Heat 2. Noah Langford of Howard will be in lane 3. Carl Drakes of Coppin State in 4. Premier Wynn of Norfolk State in 5. His teammate Vincent Bond in lane 6. Season's best mark. Premier Wynn for the Spartans. The freshman. That's right, just a first year in lane 5, 47.43. Also his PR. Underway, Wynn, the freshman from the Garden State. What a first year it has been for him. He is in 5. His teammate Vincent Bond, also a freshman. Those two first years tearing up the track in lanes 5 and 6 respectively. But it's Wynn 1, Bond 2. Langford in 3rd. Drake's rounding out the second heat in 4th. Still Wynn and Bond. 1 and 2. Spartans cheering their side on, and it may have been Bond at the end. I think Bond had enough. He did. We saw a similar thing in the first heat. Is Bond enough in the tank, able to nip his teammate Premier Wynn? The freshman for the Spartans with an impressive race there in Heat 2 of the men's 400. What a race from Vincent Bond Jr., the freshman out of Stafford, Virginia. He just was on the shoulder, the hip of his teammate, and had enough in those final few meters.
I mean, that is as close as it gets.
You talk about some young talent, both freshmen for Coach Kenneth Giles. Bond and Wynn 1 and 2, the men's 400 meter for the Spartans.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
The women's 400-meter podium. Nia Woodruff of Howard finishing first. The sophomore for the Bison. The big 10 points for that team title. A time of 55.26, a season's best. Also a season's best for Kamani Alphonse of Coppin State, who finished in second. Zoe Turner of Howard, who finished in third. So again, Woodruff, Alphonse, Turner, another 16 points for the Bison women, Foss. First and third finish.
Chunks.
You said it.
They're going to make a push, and they're going to do it. They have to get them in these types of fashion.
The women's 60-meter coming up. But first, let's take the opportunity to speak with another champion, your women's 400-meter champion, the sophomore from Howard, Nia Woodruff. Impressive race from you. We were just talking about not the fact that you won this, an impressive season's best, 55.26, but a first and third finish. More big team points for your Bison.
Yes. Well, we were just trying to make sure that we, that we got some good sleep, we ate well this morning, and we just encouraged each other as we were like roommates and stuff like that, that we've been working hard for it, and we know that we can do, and just all we had to do was put it together on the track, which is what we did.
Are you real excited at looking at trying to repeat as MEAC indoor champs?
Yes, we're excited, and we are very, very hopeful. So see what the rest of the day holds for us.
We will indeed. Nia Woodruff, your women's 400-meter champion. Congratulations to you. We thank you for the time. We look forward to seeing how the rest of the day shapes up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Just a sophomore. Should have given her the opportunity to catch her breath there. Again,
you think that, okay, it's done, but it's not. Your body has to really cool down, Kit.
If you're running a 400 in sub 56 seconds, that's going to take it out of you.
Yes, it is.
And that was exactly the case right there as we turn our sights to the women's 60 meters. You see the lane assignments here. Richards in 1, Sutton of NC Central in a 2, Moore of Coppin State in 3, Collins of Howard in 4, her teammate Gray Williams in 5, Gordon of Coppin State in 6, Pittman of Howard in 7, and Robinson, her teammate, in lane 8. Kiara Grant of Norfolk State has the best mark in conference, set back in 2020, 7.20. Darcy Kahn of Howard, the impressive Bison, who's since graduated, won this event last year, a time of 7.43.
Well, Kaylee Collins, she's fooling around with those numbers too this year.
She's right there. Her season's best is that same mark, 7.43, that won it for her former teammate Kahn a year ago. She has a personal record of 7.4, does Collins for the Bison. She will be in lane 4. Keep an eye on her. Alongside her teammate, Ayana Gray Williams in 5. Quartema of Coppin State also one to keep an eye on. Gray Williams and Quartema, both freshmen.
Ooh.
It's one thing to be in this event, but we've seen a lot of underclassmen coming away with some podium finishes, Foss.
I'm saying.
Women's 60-meter hurdle finals. Excuse me, 60-meter dash. I need to quit looking back at my notes. Stay in the moment. In a 60-meter dash, you have to be in the moment.
Absolutely.
Underway. Collins and Gray Williams, lanes 4 and 5. You see him right there. There's Collins, and it will indeed be Kaylee Collins of Howard who takes it. The senior 7.43. Her freshman teammate Gray Williams finishes second, a PR of 7.49. Richards of Norfolk State also with a PR. She finishes third, 7.52.
18 chunks of points. And then you see you get out the blocks real quick. And then you just, this is my favorite race because it's just not the 40. You got to get the top speed a little bit later than 40. 40 to 60 is so impressive, and that's where you see Kaylee Collins. She goes from with the pack to first.
The transfer from the University of Texas at Austin, the former Longhorn, the Houston native out of Cy Ranch High School, one of those Houston powerhouses there in Space City. There's some speed in Space City, my friend, something you and I know a bit about.
A lot, and that Cy being Cypress, just north of Houston, and a lot of talent coming from that area of Texas as well.
So Collins taking the women's 60-meter dash. The men's 400-meter trophy presentation here at the podium. Javon Brooks of South Carolina State, your third-place finisher, the sophomore, who ran a 47.55, a PR for him. But it's a pair of Spartans finishing 2 and 3, both freshmen and both setting top 58 times in Division I this year. Premier win, a 46.82. That is the 58th fastest time in the country in Division I this season. And Vincent Bond, the 57th, 46.75, your winner in the men's 400.
Yeah, it was a great race down to the finish. And again, chunks. 18 points for the Norfolk State men in this race.
Bond, the freshman from Stafford, Virginia, not traveling far for his collegiate career. And the Spartans very happy to have both he and Wynn. Some young talent if there ever was.
Some fast young talent.
No argument there, my friend. Some fast young talent indeed. To our lane assignments as we continue. We said it's going to be fast and furious, not a lot of time to catch your breath. The men's 60-meter finals, Foss. Booth Mitchell of Delaware State will be in 1. Allen of South Carolina State in 2. Dan Princewell of Howard in 3. Kai Cole, Norfolk State, making his first appearance of the day in 4. Victoria, North Carolina Central in 5. Smith of Delaware State in 6. Wright of Coppin State in 7. And Spartans, Madison Oman rounding out the field in lane 8. But Kai Cole, now a senior. What a performance he had a year ago, Foss. He was simply outstanding. A pair of gold medals last year, won the 60 and the 200, both in thrilling fashion.
Yes.
One to keep an eye on, no doubt.
He'll be ready.
Your women's 60-meter podium finishes, and there is your champion, Kaylee Collins of Howard, the senior, 7.43. Her teammate Gray Williams finishing second. 18 more points.
Chunks. and again, it just shows the consistency of some of these teams out here. You're going to get individual greatness, but you can see it from Howard, Norfolk State. They put the team effort out there, especially in these track events.
The men's 60-meter final. There is Cole. You see him right there in a lane 4. Young man that we became quite well acquainted with last year. That's what happens when you win a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
We get to speak with you a lot.
Exactly. And Jalen Allen of South Carolina State, he can do the hurdles, and now he's moving the structures out of the way.
Cole won this last year, a time of 6.74. We'll see if he can double it up again. And we continue things, speaking with our men's 400-meter champion.
Bond. Vincent Bond.
He is indeed the freshman from the Spartans. You and your teammate, Premier Wynn, you were neck and neck. Your classmates, your teammates. Talk to us about this race between you and Premier.
Yeah, it was a lot, but you know, I was thinking of like, because me and him were both
we both competitive in practice and everything. And it's a surprise that I'm able to come up on top on him for those 400 meters. We saw like in the prelims he ran a faster 400 than me in the prelims. So all my teammates were like, hey, but everybody knew it was going to be a battle between me and him every time we get up to that 400. And today was shows.
You finished strong, and that was what's so important, as you know, in any type of race. And congratulations on holding your form and just having the wherewithal to continue through the tape.
Thank you so much.
Your men's 400-meter champion, just a freshman, Vincent Bond, setting a PR 46.75, his team at Premier win, finishing second. 18 big points for those young and, as you said, very fast men.
Well, and it's interesting that Vincent Bond said, look, Premier win, you know, Premier. He had the Premier time. But again, if you just keep running and run your race, you never know what's going to happen out there if you never get up.
So Vincent Bond, your men's 400-meter champion. Now we'll speak with our women's 60-meter champion, the senior from Howard, Kaylee Collins. You know, an impressive race from you. Your teammate Gray Williams finishing second. We mentioned for this Bison side, it is all about getting podium finishes. You guys want a sweep, but you got 2 more podium finishes here, 18 big points for that team title. Is that something that Coach Oliver really focuses on with you?
I think that the main thing Coach Oliver focuses on is everybody personally coming out and executing their race. At the end of the day, we are a very unified team, but we understand that if everybody comes and does their part, then ultimately, you know, the win will come.
Well, you get to race against some great competition on your own team. So it's not like you have any surprises when you come to a championship opportunity. It's basically how you're going to divvy up the medals, huh?
For sure. We definitely compete in practice like we're competing at the meet. So my team knows all love when it's time to get online. Everybody wants smoke. So, but I'm very proud of everybody.
Well, this time it's the senior, the Texan, who comes away with it. Congratulations, your women's 60-meter champion.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Kaylee Collins.
That's golden love.
It is indeed. But I like what you said. Everybody wants smoke. Everybody. Yes. But when you're on a team that is that talented and that deep, you want that. You want that competition.
Absolutely.
Iron sharpens iron.
Absolutely. They know if they can all hold true to what they do in their practices, that they can come out as team champions. A very good opportunity for that.
And we see that so often, as now we turn our sights to the men's 60-meter dash final. Again, Kai Cole there, Norfolk State, now in his final year. His final chance to add another 60-meter indoor title.
I wouldn't be surprised, okay? Let me just say that.
We say that. There's a ton of talent in this race.
Right.
And obviously,
that's correct.
Cole, one of them, but looking at Lamont Victoria right next to him in lane 5, Dan Princewell of Howard in lane 3, just to name 2 more. But if Coach Kenneth Giles is going to continue with the success he's had on the men's side, looking for their 13th overall title, 3rd in a row, this is a race that I would imagine he has circled.
I believe so, and so does Kai Cole. You know, there's nothing wrong with being confident as a champion, and they got to come get you. And I think Kai Cole, you know, understands that, and he loves the competition and the moment just as much as Miss Collins does for the Howard Bison.
He ran a 6.74 to win it a year ago. He's improved that this year. Season's best this season, 6.65. Fast get faster. Doesn't seem fair, but it just happens.
Oh, it's not. It's not fair, Kit.
I don't know anything about being fast, so I'll leave that to y'all. Again, the beautiful Virginia Beach Sports Center, our host for the 43rd edition of the MEAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. And a very warm welcome to you wherever you may be joining us from. You see some of the triple jump action for the men continuing. You can follow along MEACsports.com or head over to finallaptiminggroup.com. Live updates underway. Men's 60-meter. There is Cole in the middle, pulling away, and it's going to be Kai Cole making it look easy. 6.66 the time for the senior. That will not better his PR, 6.65, but he wins in impressive fashion. Victoria of NC Central finishing in second. Booth Mitchell of Delaware State in third.
He does what he does. I do what I do, I'm sure he says to himself. He just enjoys the moment, Kai Cole, and senior year, I'm sure he did not want to go out without grabbing.
Out of T.C. Williams High School, the famous T.C. Williams High School there in Northern Virginia.
That's right. Remember the Titans.
We saw some talented freshmen on his side for the 400. He is a senior. There's talent up and down the roster regardless of class for the Spartan men. Kai Cole, your men's 60-meter champion. Doing it back-to-back in the MEAC Indoor.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking. There's also secret handshakes. That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool.
Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent. We unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
Welcome back. Take a look at our current standings. The men flossed through 11 events. Norfolk State looking to make it 3 championships in a row in MEAC Indoor. They won in 22. They did it in 23. Can they three-peat in 24?
Oh, they absolutely can. Now,
women's side, well, guess what? Howard also looking for a three-peat are the Bison, and they have a lead. Norfolk State battling in second place, though.
Well, when we started the program, it was reversed on the women's side. But we knew that Howard was going to make a big push, and they're doing just that.
The women's standings through 13 events having been scored. And there are your current and updated standings. Norfolk State leading on the men's side, Howard on the women's side. These two teams so impressive. Howard just obliterated the field a year ago. 235 points they racked up when they won things last season. Well, we will head over to the podium, Foss, talk about some speed. Well, we've seen a lot of it, and, well, a little bit in the men's 60-meter as well, as talk about repeat performances. Kai Cole won it last year. He takes it again and does the senior for the Spartans.
And as you mentioned, that pull away, that acceleration, that's what it is. It's acceleration. And to be able to get 45 meters down and then all of a sudden accelerate, that's hitting another gear.
The top-end speed, let's be honest, all of these competitors have top-end speed.
Correct.
But when you can separate yourself from the rest of the field.
When you accelerate, that's a whole different physics problem, I'm going to tell you.
It is indeed. that I know a little about. I can attest to that.
It's a whole different physics problem, friend.
Lamont Victoria of NC Central, your second-place finisher. You win silver, does the sophomore. Also set a personal best, 6.78. And Gobadan Princewell of Howard, he was the one who finished, but no, it is actually Jalen Booth Mitchell of Delaware State. There, 6.82, as he and Princewell ran the exact same time, as they are tied for third. Both 6.82 for the senior from Howard and the sophomore from Delaware State.
And I don't know how you separate if you have electronic time coming in with the same exact numbers.
Our officials doing that dirty work for us. We will leave that in their capable hands.
Absolutely. Y'all can have it.
As we said, a full day of action for you. Our women's 800 meter will be coming up. We'll have the 200 as well for both the women and the men. The 3,000, and then we wrap things up with the 4x4, our final event. And here are the lane assignments for the women's 800 Foss. You talk about a difficult race. The 400 is a sprint. You can argue the 800 is the longest sprint in track and field.
It is. It's the most brutal. You know, you talk about twice around a 400-meter track. Well, now it's 4 times around. Those banked curves that you mentioned, they can make a difference, Kit, over this distance for sure.
Deja Wilson of Howard won this event last year, a time of 2:11.55.
I never ran the 800, but I can tell you, I did get a blue ribbon for the 400. I was first. It was a long, long time ago in a faraway galaxy.
And the Spartans of Norfolk State will be well represented as they will occupy lanes 1 through 4. Wyatt, Grant, Lewis, and Sandui. We saw Sandui earlier.
Yes.
An impressive athlete as she was competing in the women's mile. Now will compete here in the 800. The freshman for the Spartans, Jordan Miller of Howard in lane 5. Gabrielle Williams of South Carolina State in 6. Layla James of Delaware State in 7. And her teammate, Marisha Johnson, rounds out the field in lane 8. Marisha Johnson, the freshman, one of 3 freshmen in this field. Johnson, Lewis, and Sandui, the 1 Hornet and the 2 Spartans. I've said it, it's so impressive to be in a conference championship, to have a chance to win a conference title, but to do so your first year as a collegiate athlete.
It's like, just get me to the next level and let me go.
Sometimes as a freshman, you know this. You're just trying to get through the season.
Correct.
You were just trying to, there's so much, like drinking out of a fire hose, school, life, sports.
Yep. And even if you're from Norfolk, you're not living in the same place. You're on campus now. There's a difference.
But before we get to that, let's speak with a champion, a gentleman we know well, the junior, your men's pole vault champion from Delaware State, Peter Kamanu. Another impressive performance, 4.4, your winning height. If you would, just talk to us about this. And by this point...
And welcome back. Well, it's good to see you again.
your old hat at this.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back.
We'll speak with Peter in just one moment, but first we'll turn our sights to the track here in the women's 800. Again, I think we can squeeze in a quick conversation with our men's pole vault champion.
Well, we know him. It's not like we have to get to know him.
Well, I think everyone in the MEAC knows Peter Kamanu at this point. If you're a fan of MEAC track and field, you certainly know him. Peter, just talk to us about this competition and what was different this year, if anything, from years past.
Coming in this year, I was really trying to get my PR at 4.61. So that's kind of been in my head this season. Other than that, everything else is the same. We just come, we execute, and we make it happen and win gold.
Hey, Peter, you have more passes than the Navy football team. P. And, you know, you are highly efficient in your quest for your PR and getting on the podium. Congratulations again, sir.
Peter, final question.
Well,
One thing
it's all about conserving energy.
Yes, it is.
One thing that stands out, and we were talking about this earlier, is your consistency. What do you attribute that to?
Honestly, I think it's just great practice with our coach, Don Reiser. And, you know, always making sure that we're making heights at practice that we know we can get when we come to the meet. Making sure that we're conserving that energy like I was talking about so that we know that once those bigger heights come, we're not going to be tired. And then from there, it's just being confident, being focused, and knowing that you got it. Waking up in the morning, knowing that you can do what you're coming out here to do, and just, you know, stay faithful.
You definitely got it.
Well, again, he is head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Peter Kamanu of Delaware State, your men's pole vault champion. Congratulations. Thanks for speaking with us. And we turn our sights back to the women's 800, and we are getting here to the final turn. Wyatt and Grant of Norfolk State leading the way. Norfolk State looking to finish 1, 2, and 3. Sandui currently sitting in third. And it is going to be a 1, 2, 3 finish for the Spartans in the women's 800. Wyatt, Grant, Sandui, a podium sweep for Norfolk State.
Makes the team championship real interesting. Chunks, sir.
My Wyatt, the junior, setting a personal record of 2:12:06, I should say, in that one. What an impressive performance there.
Yes.
And those big chunk of points for the Spartans of Norfolk State.
That math is getting real close at the top.
It is indeed a massive turn there.
And that 24 points.
Ten points for Wyatt, Grant with 8, Sandui contributing with 6, and that is a huge addition on the women's side for Coach Giles.
Yeah, and they left no doubt. They took care of business, and they were very much so first, second, and third.
They were indeed. So our second heat of 2 coming up. Again, that was just the first heat, so a 1, 2, 3 finish for the Spartans in heat number 1. As we turn our sights to heat number 2. Jones of South Carolina State in 1, Sims of Maryland Eastern Shore in 2, Marquez of NC Central in 3, Lamborn of Morgan State in 4, Campbell of Maryland Eastern Shore in 5, Agbula of Howard in 6, Beckham of NC Central in 7, her teammate Jackson in lane 8.
So we'll have to look at the times and see how this all fans out, but if it fares out.
So again, the time to beat, Wyatt of Norfolk State ran a 2:12:06. Grant 2:13:28, and Sandui 2:15:69. Those are the best times in the first heat. This is our second and final. Norfolk State hoping those times are good enough to keep them on the podium, at least a few of them on the podium. May not be a podium sweep, but they have set the bar. Now we will see. Jackson of NC Central with 3 to go. 31:03 in her first lap for the sophomore for the Eagles. Agbula in second. Campbell of Maryland Eastern Shore in third. Her teammate Sims in fourth. Such a strategic race. We mentioned the longest sprint, if you will, but you have to bide your time.
Yeah, you don't want to run out of gas.
Does not appear Jackson is worried about that. 2 to go for the sophomore from NC Central. Ran a 33.18 in her second lap. She is really putting some distance between she, Egbula, and the rest of the field. And look at Jackson go.
Got the stride down. Does not look like she is tiring out at all.
A smooth stride from Jackson, making it look easy. There's the bell lap, 1 to go. Jackson leading the way. The sophomore from Louisiana. Again, the time to beat, 2:12.06, set by White of Norfolk State. And Jackson, we will have to check on the time, 2:16.22. And so Wyatt, enough to hang on. That'll put Jackson in for 4th. And it's going to be a Spartan podium sweep in that first heat. Wyatt Grant Sanduit did enough to hang on. They ran a fantastic race, did the 3 Spartans. They will finish with the podium.
24 points. I didn't know if that was going to happen, but as you mentioned, a great race by 3 teammates looking to try to get up there to the top in the team championship kit.
So Wyatt able to hold on, and that's a difficult situation to be in, Foss, where you are just waiting, looking at the clock, because you know you have absolutely no power. It is simply about, are they going to beat your time?
Yeah, and I think if Jackson had someone pushing her closer, she may have been able to get in that top 3.
But instead, it will be Spartans finishing 1, 2, and 3 in the women's 800. A big addition for Norfolk State on the women's side. We'll have the podium when we return.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Welcome back to Virginia Beach Sports Center. A podium sweep in the women's 800 for the Spartans of Norfolk State. Wyatt, Grant, Sandui, 1, 2, and 3. And Foss, to make matters more impressive, they did it in the first heat. They had to sit back, watch the second, hope their times would stand. They did.
They absolutely did, and what a great effort. Again, teammates pushing each other. I think if you would have had someone pushing Jackson right there with her, she may have been able to break up this triumphant, but no, to no avail. And so Norfolk State, the ladies, they take 1, 2, and 3.
Wyatt, your winner with a personal best, 2:12. Grant, who finished second, had a season's best of 2:13.28. And Sandui, the freshman, a personal record as well, 2:15.69. As Jemai Wyatt is your winner, the women's 800 meter. Just an impressive performance all the way around, Foss. That is exactly how they drew it up. Sometimes it doesn't happen the way you would. And Wyatt, the junior from Maryland, transfer from Coppin State.
Ooh.
Little MEAC there
Exchange.
In the blood.
Yeah,
indeed. But able to come away with the victory.
Solid victory.
Solid victory indeed. The men's 800 meter, that will be coming up very shortly. And here are your lane assignments. Asa Francis of Coppin State will be in 1. Caleb Berry of Howard in 2. Jordan Good of Howard in 3. Ethium Korgbenu of Coppin State in 4. Shahid Norbal of Coppin State in 5. Isaiah Campbell of SC State in 6. Donald Moore of North Carolina Central in 7. Vivian Bryant of Morgan State in 8. And Destiny Amuze of Maryland Eastern Shore rounds out the field in lane 9. And here are the winning times for the Spartans, who were able to sweep the women's 800. Wyatt, Grant, Sandui with a big addition there to that team total as they continue to battle on the women's side alongside Howard, Foss. And that is really what it's been about. Those two, Howard trying to pull away, but got Norfolk State keeping them within striking distance.
I think they may be tied, friend.
We will see. We'll get you updated team standings in just a bit, but here is your women's 800 meter champion, the junior from Norfolk State, Jemai Wyatt. And not just a victory, but a podium sweep for you and your teammates. What does that feel like, celebrating with a pair of your teammates atop the podium?
It was great. I didn't even realize the sweep until like 5 minutes after I was still in the race. But it was pretty great.
Well, you know, you're working on that team championship as well. And I'm not a math major, but I believe the sweep put you very close, if not tied, with Howard. And a great team championship race with the Bison.
Jemai, looking at this, you ran in the first heat. How difficult is it to sit back and watch the second heat knowing that you're just hoping that nobody's going to best your time?
I already knew Layla would be competition. I was hoping we'd be in the same heat and push each other, but I was really nervous. I was watching every lap.
Well, the good news, your time enough, and you are the women's 800 meter champion. Congratulations to my wife there at Norfolk State as we now turn our sights to the men's 800 meter. Underway, the staggered start. Kevin Hicks, Florida A&M, has the best MEAC mark. He set that way back 21 years ago in 2003. 1:46.97. Amadou Ba of Coppin State won this event last year, a time of 1:52.57.
The FAMU Rattler, huh? You know, see, you like Florida, and if people don't know, you're a big Miami fan.
I
you
enjoy
dabble
the
in
weather.
the Sunshine State.
I enjoy the weather of Florida. I'm a warm weather person.
Yes, you are.
Asa Francis leading the way with 3 to go. The sophomore from Coppin State ran a 27:02 in his first lap. His teammate Torbeno right there with him as well. Campbell. In first, Coppin State in his second and third. Isaiah Campbell. There is
smooth.
Coppin State Howard. Fans on their feet here.
Take it home.
Extending the lead on the rest of the field. And what a race, impressive fashion in the men's 800. Boss, you talk about a race run right there. Oh, Campbell, Francis, Barry.
Isaiah Campbell he's striding out.
And exactly, waiting for some confirmation is it will be Francis. And so Francis takes it of Coppin State, the one who you saw there leading by some stretch. There's some confusion on our scoring, but it was indeed Asa Francis, and now the confirmation, the sophomore from Coppin State. What a race. 1:52.84, and he just got better as the race progressed.
Well, he didn't look tired. Listen, if you run track at any point in your life, you have to run some splits. This guy doesn't look tired at all. Running a heat of 1:51.
I don't know that his splits were negative, but they were pretty close to it. He certainly were not far off. That was an impressive race run by the freshman out of St. Lucia.
You would say it is the toughest sprint of them all, without a doubt. And to be able to do what we just saw in that fashion, a smooth run, none of the strides were ever broken, and led pretty much from beginning to end.
And now our second heat in the men's 800. Here are your lane assignments. Kobe Hudson of Howard in 1, Davian Gray of Morgan State in 2, Deshaun Keller of Delaware State in 3, Bryce Ayers of Maryland Eastern Shore in 4, Nathaniel Guy of Delaware State in 5, Jalen Ridgeway of Maryland Eastern Shore in 6, Elijah Brown of Delaware State in 7, Corey Little of NC Central in 8, and David Martin of Maryland Eastern Shore rounds out the field in lane 9. Again, Francis's time of 1:51.84, the time to beat in our second and final heat of the men's 800. The sophomore Francis will simply have to sit back and wait. St. Lucia native this time enough to hold on. 1:51.84, personal best for the sophomore. You see leading the way, Hudson of Howard. The sophomore has a season's best of 1:59. He's 25-26 on that first lap. Men's 800. 2 laps to go, halfway through. Hudson of Howard leading the way. See right behind him, Nathaniel Guy of Delaware State, Ridgeway of Maryland Eastern Shore, currently sitting 3rd. And now Guy making a move. The Hornet taking first place. Guy. Hudson has dropped back into the pack. Final stretch. Guy of Delaware State. Delaware State coming in. And it will be Nathaniel Guy who takes it. The junior finishes a minute 57.17. Corey Little, NC Central, finishes 2nd. And Elijah Brown from Delaware State came in at the very end to finish 3rd. Nice run there to finish by Brown.
You're absolutely correct. But if we go back to that first heat kit, you got to take all of the times combined.
And it will be Francis who has enough to hold on. A very entertaining race there. No, excuse me. We're going to see here. It will indeed. Francis, his minute 51 is enough for the Coppin State sophomore. Again, in that difficult position of running in the first heat and simply having to wait for the second.
Yeah, but you could tell we saw Francis run a very smooth race. And you can't be overconfident because you have competition going behind you. But Francis, his effort stood the test of time,
so
literally.
Will be Francis taking the men's 800. Caleb Berry of Howard finishes 2nd. And Tori Benu of Coppin State finishes 3rd in the men's 800. Big points for the Eagles.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool.
Wow, These guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Your men's triple jump champion, the senior from Virginia, Isaac Haywood, won it last year, takes it again this year, able to better his mark. Last year, Foss, he won it, leapt 15.25 meters. That is just over 50 feet for those of us stateside. This year, well, somehow able to better that by almost a quarter of a meter, 15.52. That is 50 feet, 11 inches.
Got stronger over time, and that's what happens, and that's what you want to do. You want to have more ability to create that power, and that force is going to allow you on that last move. But let's talk to the champ.
And without further ado, the champion himself won it last year. Again, able to double up your men's triple jump champion. And here in the MEAC indoor, Isaac Haywood. Isaac, you were impressive last year, but we were just commenting, you were able to improve upon your mark from a year ago. So clearly, whatever you've been doing has been working. And talk us through today's competition and your winning jump and your 5th jump, please.
So just starting off, like, it was rough for me. Like, my legs weren't going, they were tight, they were a little tired, but I don't know. I've been training myself mentally to, you know, stay in the event, so I think that got me going. And then, yeah, I was able to put my jump together. I know how to triple jump. I know how to go out there and jump, so that's exactly what I did, and I got the job done once again.
So, Isaac, did that mental catch up to the physical, and then you just got that jump that you needed to then be the repeat champion then, pretty much?
That mental actually made the physical come into play, because the physical wasn't there. So I just had to tell myself, like, you know, it's been meets where I had to be like, okay, I got to stay in this, because to me, this is my event, so I know what to do. And then, like, I think that was my issue last year. You know, I was still able to get away, but I think that held me back from being able to jump so far. So, yeah.
Isaac, final question. Was there extra pressure on you? Kyle Fisher of Howard had a great jump, 15.1 in his 2nd. It wasn't until your 5th jump that you were able to beat that. Was that in the back of your mind, or were you just able to stick to your game plan?
No, it's something I told myself all year. Don't worry about no one else jump. Because worrying about someone else jump, it isn't going to allow me to jump far. And, you know, that's what me and my coaches were, you know, we pressed all year about that. And then I was just able to go out there and jump, you know. So, yeah, a jump, you know, like that, it doesn't bother me, because I know every athlete out here is capable of winning on any given day. So, you know, I gotta jump my jump and be the best out here.
And you did it again. Did it last year, did it this year. Your men's triple jump champion of Norfolk State, Isaac Haywood. Congratulations. Yes, another impressive performance.
Thank you.
We've seen a lot of these repeat performers. We saw his teammate Kai Cole won the men's 60 a year ago, won it this year. His teammate Isaac Haywood contributing some points, some of those field event points to that men's team title, Foss.
Yeah, and I love the fact that if you know you have it, you don't concern yourself with another competitor. You have to concern yourself about what your abilities allow you to do. And, you know, to have Isaac Haywood look inside himself and have that mental carry his physical and what he had trained for these indoor championships, man, that's secret sauce.
A wise young man right there. He knew that it was not about anyone else. He just had to focus on himself. He did that, and in his penultimate jump, had enough to come away with the victory. As we continue over with our trophy presentations, Foss, our men's 800. Asa Francis of Coppin State, the sophomore, your champion. Caleb Berry of Howard finished with the silver. And Etienne Torbonu of Coppin State with the bronze. So a pair of Eagles there, 1 and 3. They both had to sit back and wait for that second heat and hope. Francis did so, but his time of 1:51.84 enough to secure the victory. We have our women's 200 coming up. It'll be 2 heats here, the lane assignments for heat 1. Allen of Coppin State in 3. Frederick of South Carolina State in 4. Gray Williams of Howard in 5. And rounding out the field here in the first heat, Hoare of Coppin State will be in lane 6.
Gray Williams competing again here for Howard.
Just a freshman, Ayana Gray Williams. She's in lane 5. Allen, another underclassman, the sophomore from Coppin State, in 3. Or Coppin State there at the top in lane 6. The women's 200, heat 1 of 2. Coming into the final straightaway, it is a tight race. Frederick Hoare right there of Coppin State, and it is indeed going to be Halusi Hoare of Coppin State who will take the first heat 24-1-2 for the senior, a season's best mark.
Yeah, everybody ran fast on that one. PRs up and down, 2nd through 4th place, Kit, and I guess you're going to have to wait for heat 2, but that was pretty quick.
In our heat 2, another 4 competitors. Collins of Howard, we already saw her, the Texan who won the women's 60. Can she add a 200 to it as well? She will be in lane 5. So here are your lane assignments. Farrar of Norfolk State in 3, Robinson of Howard in 4, her teammate Collins in 5, and Tiffany Ray Pittman of Howard rounds out the triumvirate of Bison in lane 6 here in the second and final heat of the women's 200.
Again, we talk about chunks. Well, you have to have the teammates in the events to do that, Kit. And right here, 3 Howard Bison women looking to make a mark in the 200.
Time to beat Foss, Coppin State's senior. Halusi Hoare, 24-1-2 in the first heat.
Skilled sprinting for you right here.
Keep an eye on Collins, the senior transfer from the University of Texas. Impressive in the 60, and she said it. I mean, going up against the talent that she faces, a gauntlet day in and day out in practice. Obviously summarizing her thoughts earlier, but when you face that kind of talent, you have to get better. You don't have any other
Absolutely.
option.
Yeah, or get left behind. That's exactly right.
Yeah, Coach Oliver, he's assembled just an impressive crew there, particularly on the women's side in the district. Farrar, Robinson, Collins, Pittman, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
6.
Underway, Collins in 5, her teammate Tiffany Ray Pittman in 6. Farrar, the Spartan there at the bottom. Collins and Pittman 1 and 2. Now Collins. Kaylee Collins there pulling away. Collins trying to beat 24-1-2, and she will. 23-6-9 for the senior. Pittman there as well. And what a race in the second. The second and final.
You can see him, Kit, this replay get out quickly. And you got to get your arms involved in the sprints. It's just not all legs. Great strides, great turnover, but what really can carry you are your arms. That creates the momentum forward as well, and you can see that can make the difference at the end of the race.
Kaylee Collins, the senior, won the 60 earlier, adds a 200 crown to it. 23-8-3, the winning time. Back to the podium we go, Foss. The men's
800, I believe.
It is indeed, my friend. There is Asa Francis of Coppin State, your winner, the sophomore. Francis out of St. Lucia coming away with the men's 800, a minute 51.84, a personal best for him. Caleb Berry of Howard finishing second, and Toribonu of Coppin State in third. So the Eagles able to add 16 team points on the men's side. I know you like those chunks, Foss.
You know, it's crazy. You see how some of these teams have put together their athletes for that championship. It's great to have the individuals because all those chunks come from individuals, but it's those individual efforts together which makes this such an interesting and fascinating team championship as well.
And there are the final times confirmed in the men's 800. Coming up very shortly will be the men's 200 Foss. And then we are down after that to the final two events. The women's and men's 3,000 and the 4x4 to wrap things up. But before, let's check in with our men's 800-meter champion, Asa Francis of Coppin State. An impressive race, a PR for the sophomore as well. Asa, if you would, you were battling a teammate finishing third, and how important is that, having that assistance from your teammate finishing in the top three?
Well, in training, you know, the coaches always tells us to go hard and stuff like that. Before the race, he spoke to us and said, like, see if we could do our best to go 1, 2, 3, and we got 1 and 3. So, you know, yeah.
How smooth did you feel going around the track? Because you looked in such control of your strides, your body, and it just showed as you kept going around the track the difference between your preparation for this final and everyone else.
Yeah, a few weeks before, the coach kept reminding us that where it really counts is at the MEAC championships, you know, but still don't take the previous indoor races for granted, you know, still go out there, do your best. We competed in the DMR the day before, and we were first, the first 3 legs, and to go from first to finish in 6th, you know, that just built up an anger inside of me, and I told myself that today I would give it all out on the track, you know, remain smooth, remain quick.
Well, you certainly did that. The sophomore from St. Lucia, your men's 800-meter champion, Asa Francis of Coppin State. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You said it, Foss. He remains smooth. And in a race like that, it is so difficult. You are battling against your body, obviously the lactic acid buildup, but he was smooth sailing from beginning to end.
His technique did not break down at all, kid. And it showed as he just literally looked like he was gliding around the track in first place.
Men's 200-meter. Here are heat 1 of 2 lane assignments. Knox-Roy Wright of Coppin State in 3. Premier Wynn, the star freshman from Norfolk State, will be in 4. Carl Drakes of Coppin State in 5. And Jalen Booth Mitchell of Delaware State in lane 6 for our first heat.
I think this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a fun one. A freshman in Wynn of Norfolk State, a sophomore in Booth Mitchell of Delaware State. 2 very talented young runners, but it's the upperclassman, the senior Carl Drakes of Coppin State, who has the best mark both personally and on the season. He's run a 20.63. That is his personal best on the season, a 21.22.
And that's with 4 turns. You understand that? You know, if you straighten that out and you're just doing a half a lap on an outdoor track, ooh, that could be 19. Could maybe reaching, maybe a 20. 20 and 22, 20.2. Ugh.
Yeah, if you're in that number range, that's moving. Our women's 200-meter champion, Haley Collins of Howard, won the 60, adds an extra to it with the 200. Tiffany Ray Pittman, her teammate, finishing second as the Bison at 18 team points. Don't worry, I'm doing the math for you.
I know you got it.
You were doing it early. I'll take over here. We're in the home stretch. I've got you, partner.
I mean, you can't. These are some fast ladies, and they are adding to that team championship. You know, in the back of our minds, we're seeing these points come together for certain teams. And congratulations to all of the competitors and those that are winning medals here on the podium and the folks we're getting to interview. But it's making the team championship such an interesting feat.
Javonte Harding of North Carolina A&T has the conference record set in 2021, 20.39 seconds. Drake's his PR not far behind that at 20.63.
That's smoking. That's fast. That's fast.
Underway, heat 1 of 2, men's 200-meter. Booth Mitchell, Delaware State in lane 6. Drakes of Coppin State in 5, Wynn of Norfolk State in 4, Wright of Coppin State in 3. Here they come, and there is Drakes. Booth Mitchell, but it's going to be Drake at the end, the Coppin State senior, 21.13. A seasoned best mark for him, and that is the 78th best time run in Division I this season.
Well, the sophomore was on him. I mean, that was a sneaky race, as you mentioned, but yeah, the favorite stayed the favorite.
Voss, talking about favorites, there's some names in this second heat, particularly the man who won it a year ago, Kai Cole, won it last year, 21.09 was the time for the now senior for the Spartans. As Virtus of South Carolina State will be in lane 3. Bond from Norfolk State, the talented freshman, in 4. Mentioned Cole in 5.
20.58 his personal.
And that is smoking. Solomon Hammond rounds out the field in lane 6 for the Coppin State Eagle.
You got fast, and then you're going to get faster. Is that possible?
At this point, it's all fast.
Okay.
There's no.
Okay.
There. I mean, it is. You're talking hundredths of a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is coming from someone slow like myself. So anything is fast. To me, this is mind-numbingly fast.
You just, and you can't appreciate the speed unless you're really trackside to see how fast they're moving. It's crazy.
That's
it's
a
20
great
miles
point.
an hour.
And obviously, huge thanks to our entire crew, both in studio and on site.
Yes.
But you're right. It is difficult to really understand how fast they are unless you're in the venue.
Yeah, because 20 plus miles an hour, you do it in a car and it's like a school zone. But if you're doing it as a human, yikes.
That's moving. So again, Virtus, Bond, Cole, and Hammond. Second final heat of the men's 200. Cole in lane 5. Getting his feet set now in the blocks.
And he just likes the spotlight.
Best
Kai
athletes
Cole.
compete when the lights are the brightest. Cole's no exception.
Not at all.
You got practice players, you got game players. Off we go. Cole in 5, Hammond there at the top of the screen from Coppin State in 6. Here comes Cole. His PR, 25.8. Time he needs to beat is 21.13. Oh, but it's going to be Hammond. Solomon Hammond of Coppin State, 20.9. The Eagle takes it. What a race from the junior. Wow. The 44th best time run in Division I this year. Sub 21, 20.9. A new PR for Solomon Hammond.
Yeah. Kai Cole attempted to catch him. Look, a great start. You know Kai Cole was looking to catch Solomon Hammond. He has what he wants. Somebody out in front. Somebody to run down. But it just didn't happen. Hammond just strong through the last turn, coming off that embankment, as you mentioned. Kai Cole just couldn't catch him.
Hammond, the junior from Ghana, the West African, with pure speed right there.
Man. It kind of gives you that DK Metcalf look if you're talking about football. Built, strong, but excessively fast.
20.9. Hammond, your men's 200-meter champion.
It's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking. There's also secret handshakes. That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Kai Cole being carried off the track. Last year's winner in the men's 200. He finished second this year. Still ran a 21.1 FOS. But it was Solomon Hammond of Coppin State who was able to best him. The junior from Ghana. 20.9, ran a sub-21. That, again, the 44th fastest time in Division I this year. A personal record for Hammond.
And he was gone. And to see that type size with Hammond, he certainly, to me, can not only have the speed on the track, that could translate to other athletic events, not named track and field.
Says the former running back next to me. Here are the current standings. The men scored through 14 events. Norfolk State, a 32-point lead over Howard on the men's side. Delaware State in third. On the women, through 15, Howard and Norfolk State. Howard trying to pull away. Norfolk State, have they kept them within striking distance? Is there enough? Particularly when you think about what's coming up. The women's 3,000 meter, that is a place you expect the Spartans to shine on the women's side.
Yeah, if I can do the math, that's about 27 points difference. A chunk could make a huge dent in the ladies, Howard Bison's lead.
Well, in the men's 200, a 1-3 finish, gold and a bronze for Coppin State. Now speaking with our gold medalist, Solomon Hammond, a very impressive race for the junior, sub-21. And if you would, just talk to us about this race. You never faltered. You were able to pull away a battle between you and Kai Cole.
Can you,
Solomon,
can you
are
hear
you
us?
with us?
Can you repeat yourself, please?
Walk us through this race. Obviously, you and Kai Cole were battling, but you're able to run a sub-21 at 20.9. Just talk to us, if you will, about this race. Some technical difficulties there. I don't know that Solomon can hear us. We'll try to reconnect with him after the race. Apologies there. Our women's 3,000. We may have the opportunity to catch up with him in the midst of this race. But Foss, some very familiar faces here in the women's 3,000. And I mentioned this is a place you would expect the Spartans of Norfolk State to shine. We've got Abigail Chibet alongside Mercelin Camayo, Yvonne Sandoui, some names that we have seen in Camayo and Sandoui earlier. Camayo, she has already won the women's 5,000 and the women's mile. Can she make it a third?
Why not? This is an intermediate distance between that mile and the 5,000.
So Foss, take a look at this. Camayo won it last year, a time of 10 minutes 23.09, the winning time for the Norfolk State Spartan. The best mark in conference, that is set by Martha Bissa there, who ran a 9:48.53 back in 2019 for Norfolk State. That is going to be difficult to beat. Here are your assignments in this one. Obviously a full field, just the one heat. Still over 12 laps to go. We mentioned Camayo leading the way. Chibet there as well. Sandoui, 1, 2, and 3 are the Spartans. Crosby of Howard keeping pace with them in 4th.
It's just comforting knowing you're running with your teammates, Kit. You know, it's like, you know, this is what we do at practice, but they can step it up at a championship track meet, but they just run as if it's another day at practice. Now we supercharge what we do on that track that they're coached and trained so well in Norfolk State.
Howard currently through 15 events, just 2 more to go. They have a 27-point lead over Norfolk State. Howard 186, Norfolk State 159.
So if you take the podium again, if you're Norfolk State, you're 3 points behind.
If they get a sweep here, they would be 3 points down, as you so correctly said, going into the final event. The bad news is that's the 4x4, and you fully expect Howard to pick up some points there.
Yeah. So.
But you want to be within striking distance.
Right,
if you can put yourself within 3 going into the final event, you can't ask for a whole lot more.
No. I mean, anything can happen, right?
It can indeed. Camayo, Sandoui, Chibet leading the way. The trio of Spartans, Mercelin Camayo, with 10 laps to go. We mentioned such an impressive display from her. The consistency that separates the good from the great.
Yes.
Won the 5,000 on Sunday. We saw her earlier, won the women's mile. Has a chance to add another title to it. The Kenyan, the junior, but she said it, that she's been pushed this year by Sandoui, just a freshman, bringing that talent to Norfolk. And you can see that Camayo has been the beneficiary of it.
Oh, she shaved off 5 seconds from the mile. 5 seconds. That's a long way in that race between you and the next person. That's a long way, boss.
Almost 5 seconds quicker in this year's win, as you so correctly said, than last year. That is a huge amount of time to cut off.
Yeah, but when you have training partners that then force you to be faster, to be better, to have your splits add up to less time over a race, that's what you get. That's the result.
8 laps to go. Camayo extending her lead on the rest of the field. Her teammates Chibet and Sandoui still 2 and 3. Crosby of Howard in 4th. And there's a big gulf between that top 4 and everyone else.
Yeah, it is. And again, it just goes to the training. It goes to the talent and the fact that these talented student athletes want to get better. They don't sit on their laurels. There's no way you can do that if you're Kamayo and shave off 5 seconds in a competitive championship race.
She was the outstanding runner of this meet a year ago.
She made double up on that one as well.
You can certainly understand why. If she could do that, you would think that if she wins this event, it's going to be hard-pressed that somebody will take that title from her.
I wouldn't know who would be out there. She's getting ready to pass one of her competitors right now, and that in itself, you know, not exactly 3 miles, but close enough. So if you can get a gauge of distance and just running without breaking stride, you see the strength that you have in the junior.
And Foss, I listed all the things she'd won individually.
Yes.
I forgot to add in the distance medley relay, which Norfolk State won as well. Guess who ran the anchor leg?
Just Kamayo.
Yeah, just throw that one out there.
Okay.
A winning time of 12 minutes 04.21. So she has done it all for that team this season and last. With 6 laps to go, Kamayo starting to lap some of the competitors in the field. And she is continuing to keep that distance between she and her teammates Sandui and Chibet.
We always look to see if someone's tired, but if no one, if the runner hasn't changed any of the form throughout the race, they may be tired, but they're not showing it. So that's determination. That's where practice comes in. Holding your form is such the biggest thing when you're going to maintain or try to increase that acceleration.
It doesn't matter what the race is. You have to keep that form, and sometimes you think of distance, oh, maybe form not as important. Au contraire.
Because you waste the movement.
Boss, we will step away from the women's 3,000 for a moment. Seems like a long time ago we had our men's 60-meter dash, and well, we are finally going to crown the top 3. It will be our podium presentation in that one coming up momentarily. Cole won that. Kai Cole, as you saw, he was assisted off, injured after the men's 200, so I believe he will have a teammate accept that. We will see if that is indeed the case. There was a bit of an issue between the 3rd and 4th as both Jalen Booth Mitchell and Gobadan Princewell finished at 6.82. Well, they went to the film, and Dan Princewell of Howard finished just behind 6.822. So he finishes off the podium. Booth Mitchell of Delaware State finishes 3rd, joining his teammate Rakeem Smith, who finishes in 2nd.
6.822. I mean, you got to go. Now you're splitting hairs.
Literally, right there. I mean, it is as close as you can possibly get. We'll have that men's 60-meter dash trophy presentation coming up as Kamayo continues to just smoothly make her way around the track. The consistency, the execution. Can't say a whole lot more.
No, and again, in the men's race, Solomon Hammond just maintained and kept the form around the track. And that's what keeps your speed up, and that's what then gets you across the finish line.
Hammond, the Ghana native. Kamayo from Kenya, so West Africa and East Africa both making impressive performances here in the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. And there is the bell, 1 lap remaining, and Kamayo somehow still has the extra gear. She turns it on.
Yeah, and that is just very impressive, without a doubt.
Kamayo won this event last year, 10 minutes 23:09.
And I should say 3,000 is about 2 miles. 5K would be about 3 miles, yes.
She ran a 43.9 in her last lap.
And now striding out.
Kamayo, we will see. She is going to 10:01.4 That is 22 seconds better than her winning time a year ago. What a race and a personal record for Merceline Camayo. Ran a 35:51 split in her last lap.
No words. No words.
Final lap ran a 35:51. Out of this world.
And taking photos immediately after.
Sandoui, her teammate, finishes second. Chibet finishes third. Another podium sweep for Norfolk State, as they will, as we wondered, come within 3 points of the Howard Bison in the women's team totals. Will it be enough with just one event remaining?
Well, you have something truly to run for in this mile relay coming up.
Camayo, Sandoui, Chibet 1, 2, and 3. Crosby of Howard finishing in fourth. So there's some big points for the Bison as well. Howard finishing in fourth. So she will be able to extend that lead
to 7, possibly.
Brianna McDonald of Howard finishing in sixth. So we will have to wait, but Howard is going to be able to find a little bit of breathing room going into the final event, the 4x4s. You see how the top 9 round out, but it's Camayo, Sandoui, Chibet 1, 2, and 3.
They had to have that.
They did indeed, absolutely had to have that. And they did. So the men's are 200-meter, but that is not Kai Cole atop the podium, as unfortunately he was injured.
60.
Excuse me, for the men's 60. So here, as we said earlier, Cole injured earlier, and it seems like an eternity ago we had that men's 60. Cole, his teammate, graciously accepting the gold on his behalf. Cole won at 6.66. Smith finishing second, and his teammate Booth Mitchell finishing third for Delaware State. Only one event remaining for the women. The men with the 3,000 and the 4x4. And Merceline Camayo continues to make it look easy. Yvonne Sandoui and Abigail Chibet finishing with silver and bronze. When we come back, the men's 3,000 as we begin wrapping up coverage here in Virginia Beach.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Another podium sweep, this time in the women's 3,000. Norfolk State putting Spartans at 1, 2, and 3. Mercelin Camayo, your winner. An impressive performance as Yvonne Sandui finished second. Abigail Chibit in third.
The Norfolk State women really making an effort here. The team champion, you know, team, that's the thing that you really appreciate. Yeah, there's MVPs and different things like that, but that team championship, there's nothing like it. And right now, what a race, literally and figuratively, for the women's side of this MEAC Indoor Championship.
Not only did Camayo win, set a personal record of 10.01.4, but Howard had runners in Jocelyn Crosby, who finished 4th, and Brianna McDonald, who finished 6th. That gave them 9 points with that 4th and 6th place finish. So they're able to extend the lead. We'll take a look at that as we get to our final women's event, but we still have 2 more for the men.
Yes.
The men's 3,000 before we turn our sights to the 4x4 to wrap things up from Virginia Beach. And here are the bib numbers for all the competitors. The conference record in the 3,000 set by Khalil Rimdi Kinney of Maryland Eastern Shore back in 2017, 8 minutes 0428. That is the winning time. Gideon Segui of Norfolk State won this event last year, a time of 8:34.6.
And will become an alum of one of my favorite players from one of my favorite teams, Art Shell of the Raiders and Eastern Shore. And there's other notables from Eastern Shore, Maryland Eastern Shore. Emerson Boozer, the New York Jet, with Broadway Joe winning Super Bowl III as well, and more than him.
I'll leave that to you, my friend. That is your wheelhouse, and you do a fantastic job with it.
Dad being from Maryland, you know, you kind of look up the history of the different schools. And we know Bowie State as well, and there's a lot of great HBCUs represented in the state of Maryland. And there are a lot of notables that come from these great institutions.
There are indeed, and what they go on to accomplish on and off the track is so important. We have obviously the MEAC Conference basketball tournament coming up right around the corner. It's that time of the year. It is fast and furious. You get into winter sports, wrapping up spring sports coming on. We'll have outdoor track and field, and as always, follow along MEACsports.com. Mentioned Segui of Norfolk State won this event last year, now a junior. He will have the number 19 on his singlet, the one to keep an eye on at this staggered start.
What about the freshman from Delaware State who won the mile?
Yeah, that's a very good point indeed. Marian Drazan, the number 3 on his singlet in this waterfall start. He won the mile. Maybe a bit of a surprise there for the native of the Czech Republic. Another one. There's talent up and down this field. Right. Victor Jubo of Norfolk State, mentioned Drazan. You have Cuyo of NC Central, who came in second back on Sunday in the men's 5,000 meters. Rafael Couture of Norfolk State. Emmanuel Pataford of NC Central. Hamed Noura of Coppin State. Segui. There are a lot of men who could come away with this 3,000 meter title.
No doubt. This was going to be fun.
Waiting for the final instructions, and then it will be the 4x4. But don't go anywhere. We will have our awards ceremony immediately following the 4x4, one of the favorite events, as we now firmly focus on the men's 3,000 meters. Underway, 19 in the field, the waterfall start. Segui up at the top. Won it last year. Has a personal record of 8:28.5. That is flying. Cuyo not far behind him of 8:31.
Going to the front, Segui, as you mentioned.
And there he is, and now here come the Spartans. Segui leading the way, Jumo behind him. This is how they want to run. Couture in third, 1, 2, and 3. They want to set the pace and give themselves a bit of cushion, if you will, at the front of the pack.
Again, I think this one is going to be real interesting when it comes to catching up at the end of this race, because I think this race is going to get faster, Kit, as the laps go by.
Smith of Delaware State in fourth. King of Howard there as well. Cuyo and Drazan rounding out that first pack. Make no mistake, Norfolk State, they want to be the aggressors in this race.
Oh, absolutely. They want to run you literally into the ground and then just keep that pace so that, you know, nobody really catches up with the guys. And they have training, so they know when they want to make moves. They work as a team.
You can see there Cuyo making a move into second. Ishak Cuyo of NC Central. So Segui, Jumo still right there. Cuyo and Couture.
And it may come down to a kick. And that's why I think if Marian Drazan could be somewhere close, it could be very interesting if he knows, hey, I was able to hold these guys off in the mile. If I can just stay close in this front pack, make a move mid-race, it could be real interesting, kid. I'm telling you, I think this race is going to get faster as time goes on.
Ishak Cuyo has taken over the NC Central Eagle, and it is 4 Spartans behind him in that lead pack. You see Drazan just trying to hold on, the freshman from Delaware State, to stay with that lead pack. But it appears the Spartans are content to let Cuyo lead the way, and they're just going to conserve a bit of energy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, you're not going to win this on the 3rd or 4th lap. You know?
King making a move. He tries to move up through the pack.
And I think this could be a sneaky, quick ending, and you're going to maybe have to just really, you know, we saw Drazan do his move at 300 meters. Wonder what he does in this race to keep and fend off some unbelievable 3,000-meter race competitors from Norfolk State and beyond.
Right, and obviously the mile and the 3,000, very different races.
Absolutely.
Particularly for a freshman,
yeah,
as talented as he is.
Correct.
This may be deeper water than he's competed in before.
Right.
You don't have to go too far off the coast to find the deep water in this race.
No, you do not. And everyone at the front can run.
Cuyo still leading the way, a little glance over his shoulder. Segui and Jumo there as well. King of Howard in 4th. Cuyo very smooth.
That's what's so scary. This looks like just a run in the park. It's not going to get competitive till it gets competitive. And I mean probably last 3 or less laps. Then you're going to see who really came to bring the tiger in the tank.
Still 11 laps to go. Cuyo leading the way. Seems very poised in this position. Hasn't faltered since taking the lead early.
Well, there's got to be, and you have to know this, some strategy in this, unless you're saying, I'm just going to run my opponent into the ground, and he just cannot catch me. And that's what, you know, could be on the mind right now of King. No, not King, excuse me.
Michak Kuyo leading the way.
Yes, yes.
Got Rafael Couture there as well. Kuyo has set the pace. 33.98, his last lap split. Starting to lap some of the competitors here in the field is Kuyo. Kuyo extending his lead over the rest of the field. He's forcing Couture to try to keep up with him.
Like I said, he's running so easy, so smooth.
Rafael Couture there, along with Victor Jumo in second and third respectively, but they have not been able to keep up with Kuyo. Michak Kuyo has extended his lead. You said it, he is wasting no energy, no hitch in his gait or flaw in his form.
No. Out for an afternoon run.
I'm not that smooth going to the paper.
No.
Walking out to get my mail, I don't look that smooth.
Uh-uh.
Kuyo making it look easy. The question is, can he keep this pace, or will Jumo and Sigi and maybe some other competitors from the field have enough at the end to reel him in? Because there's still a lot remaining in this race.
But you're running in clean air, and you have other runners to run down to keep you motivated. That's the thing. You're not losing off the pace. But again, teammates, there's something to be said for teammates, Kit.
And Kuyo essentially...
I'm not sure if teammates are going to make a difference today.
Emmanuel Padavor, his teammate in the field, but he is well back of Kuyo as he continues to lap competitors. Michak Kuyo making this look easy. He won it a year ago, but Kuyo doing the best he can to put his mark on this.
Yes, he is. I mean, he's just circling the wagons. This may be the most impressive run of the afternoon.
You said it, he has made it look easy. There's been absolutely no fault in this run whatsoever. Last year, Sigi won it 8:34, 2.6, I should say. The conference record, he will not be able to beat that. But Kuyo, barring a disaster, he will take the men's 3,000. And what a race. Perfectly executed in North Carolina Central. Michak Kuyo takes it. The freshman, a time of 8:21.48, a personal record. Jumo finishes second, Sigi of Norfolk State in third.
And he made everybody else PR just to keep up with him. Incredible.
And I've said it more times than I can count today, but just a freshman, Foss. The young talent in this conference is astounding.
Well, you can't say it any different. And that is the honest to goodness truth. And Kuyo, smooth as glass around the track. It's impressive.
Made it look easy.
And to go that fast.
But Norfolk State will finish 2, 3, and 4. Jumo, Sigi, and Couture. Bezokic finishing 6th as well for the Spartans, as Marian Drazan, the star freshman who won the mile of Delaware State, finishes 5th. But this is all about another star freshman, Michak Kuyo of North Carolina Central.
He makes 4 people behind him PR.
They all had to PR, as you said, if they were going to have any shot of keeping up with Michak Kuyo.
No shot. No chance.
What a race. Your
Unbelievable.
men's 3,000 meter champion. And I have a feeling that's a name that is going to be repeated a few times in the next few years when it comes to MEAC track and field.
I don't know. He's barely sweating. He's walking around like, yes, howdy. And he never broke stride, kid. He never broke stride.
Faultless form, and MEAC Kuyo comes away with the men's 3,000. When we return, trophy presentation here at the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
The power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap! HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Your men's 3,000-meter champion, MEAC Kuyo, the freshman from Kenya, a personal record 8:21.48, and what a race he ran.
Yeah, again, so smooth, so technically sound, and he just did not waste a lot of effort on the track.
Victor Jumo and Gideon Sigi finishing second and third. The Spartans of Norfolk State. Sigi unable to defend last year's title in this event.
Still on the podium.
Still on the podium, but what we saw from Kuyo, this may be his in the next few years. The question is, can anyone beat Kuyo? And Floss, you said it's smooth as glass. I don't think you could put it any better.
He just had a great style. That means his training and his capacity to compete, he has perfected at least through these indoor championships here in the MEAC.
But now our final event of the competition, 3 great days, wrapping up with the 4x4. Here in heat 1 of 2, it'll be NC Central in 3, Maryland Eastern Shore in 4, Morgan State in 5, and Delaware State occupying lane number 6.
This could be for all the marbles, possibly.
It could indeed. Again, things have tightened up a bit on the women's side. It is a 10-point difference between Howard and Norfolk State. So Howard simply has to finish, and if they're able to do that, they will hold on to that women's title to make it 3 in a row. And speaking of, here you go, Foss. Ask and you shall receive. Our great crew bringing this to us. Howard, 2-time defending champion on the women's side. Norfolk State, 2-time defending champion on the men's side. And it appears for all the world that it may be 3 in a row for the Spartans and the Bison, respectively.
Yeah, been a heck of competition and been pressed by some of the other competition as well.
You said it last year, Howard ran away with the competition.
Not so fast this time.
A record, not at all. And Norfolk State, give them full credit on the women's side. They have kept the Bison within striking distance, but I don't know that they can come up with, well, they're going to need 10 points, so that is going to be tough to do in this one with only 9 up for grabs. That being said, give them full credit. Coach Kenneth Giles' side on the women, he was the outstanding men's coach a year ago.
Right.
He will be in the running, you would imagine, on the men's side again. But David Oliver, who was the outstanding women's coach, he is 1 race away from making it a trifecta in MEAC indoor track and field for the women.
The consistency of these programs, and for both men and women to stay atop and compete 1-2 like they have. Very impressive. Again, consistency.
So again, 2 heats in the 4x4 relay. Our final, NC Central in 3, Maryland Eastern Shore in 4, Morgan State in 5, Delaware State occupying lane number 6. Here for the women. Howard has the record in this event in conference. The Bison set it last year, in fact. 3:35.67. They broke their own conference record from 2022 by nearly 3 seconds.
Again, moving. Nobody's playing around in this. And good exchanges with the baton as well.
6.
Underway. First heat of 2, women's 4x4. We'll see the defending champion Howard Bison in the second heat. Right now, it is about Delaware State, Morgan State, Maryland, Eastern Shore, and NC Central. And we come into the first exchange. Coming up in just a moment, we'll see who can get that first handoff. Handoff's obviously such a critical part of the relay.
You do not want to fumble the baton. Just cleanly get it to the next runner and make a good pass.
What it's all about. Those clean exchanges. Obviously, easier said than done. Delaware State here in the first leg. They will have the first exchange. Delaware State 56.79 on the first. Morgan State right there with 3 laps to go. Eastern Shore and North Carolina Central.
It's tough being out front because you don't know where or when that pass is going to come from your competition. And they want to try to have you carry them, but then they can also make a move.
That's exactly what the Bears of Morgan State are looking to do. They're on the shoulder trying to find a way to pass the second leg runner for the Hornets. And on cue, here come the Bears of Morgan State.
Such a tightly contested turn here. Indoor, as you mentioned, with the embankment as well.
And now Eastern Shore making a move. Maryland Eastern Shore gets the second exchange. And here they come, the Hawks from Princess and Maryland, extending the lead. Morgan State in second, and coming up quickly, Delaware State. Third leg.
And again, it's twice around. So there's some strategy in this. It's just not an all-out, here we come.
Maryland Eastern Shore, Delaware State, Morgan State, and NC Central. First heat of 2. Third leg. Delaware State looking to make a move. As we come into what will be the final exchange, Foss.
And this is where it gets tight, right here in this last turn.
Delaware State, as they hand off simultaneously, Delaware State and Eastern Shore. Here comes Maryland Eastern Shore retaking the lead. Delaware State, the final leg of the first heat of the 4x4.
Now here's maybe where you just want to hang in that hip pocket and know what your kick is, because you got to go around twice.
Delaware State ran a 58.42 split in that third leg, the only sub 1 minute time in the third.
Here comes the pressure. Here comes the pressure.
The Hawks and the Hornets retaking first place. Fans on their feet here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. And pulling away Delaware State as we come into the final turn. Delaware State looking to set the mark in the first heat, and they will do just that. The Hornets running a 3:52.1. Eastern Shore taking second in the heat. Morgan State third. NC Central fourth in heat number 1.
Yeah, you got to hold off. You got to hold off that opponent. It's tough because you can't look back, and there's no real big screen like you have in the outdoor stadiums where you can look up and see exactly where your competition's coming from.
What an anchor leg run
Yes.
by the Hornets of Delaware State. They will take the first heat. And now the question is, will that 350 be enough as we head to the second final heat, where the defending champion, Howard Bison, will be in lane 5 to begin. We said it last year, not only did they win this event, they set a conference record. They ran a year ago 3:23 in that. Last year they won this event in the indoor. 3:39 was the time.
3:39? So we just saw 3:50. Yeah. Okay, I could do that math too, friend.
South Carolina State in lane 3. Coppin State in 4. The defending champion Bison in 5. Norfolk State in lane 6. 3:39.24. The time Howard won this event with a year ago.
That's a lot of more fast. if I could just put it so plainly, than 3:50, 3:39, and that was last year.
Again, they will be your 3-time MEAC indoor track and field champions on the women's side. But not only do they want that three-peat, make no mistake about it. Coach David Oliver and his side, they want to go out on a high note. They want to win this event for that 3rd championship in a row.
Well, as you mentioned, they prepare for this. They keep getting a little bit better each time they run it in the conference indoor championship.
Howard there in lane 5. Norfolk State in 6. Coppin State in 4. SC State in lane 3. Final race for the women here in the 2024 MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships.
A lot of fun on this one.
Will we see some fireworks from the Bison to wrap it up? That's the question.
6.
Off we go. Women's 4x4, second and final heat. This is Bison time. Can Norfolk State, Coppin State, or South Carolina State say anything about that?
Ooh, it's going to be good.
Norfolk State, they've been impressive. Merceline Camayo leading the way, the defending outstanding runner for the women. Could well win that award again. And here comes Coppin State, a battle here. We're coming into our first exchange. Norfolk State, Coppin State right there. Howard starting to falter. Simultaneous handoff, no, the baton dropped by the Spartans. Norfolk State dropped it on the first exchange. Oh my. Can they come back? Coppin State extending the lead. Here comes Howard in the second leg as well. Back in the mix are the Bison. But a huge turn as the Spartans dropped the first exchange.
I told you, those passes, you got to make them clean.
Howard retaking the pole position in the second leg. They had no issues on their exchange of the baton. And starting to pull away from Coppin State as we get to the second exchange, the third leg coming up.
And you can see, just smooth running here. Let's get the baton passed.
No issues for the Bison. Third leg. Howard ran a second leg 55-4. Almost 2 seconds better than everyone else in the field.
Yikes.
And here comes Coppin State.
No question.
Eagles representing Baltimore, now taking over position. Haluti Hoare, we saw her earlier, impressive stuff in the individuals, but Howard battling. What a race this is, third leg of the 4x4.
So you just don't know how much you have in the tank when you go and attack somebody in the front. They may just be wanting you to get gassed before they hit theirs.
And that may exactly be the case for the Bison as we come to the final exchange. Howard with a big lead. Here they come. Bison leading the way. Tiffany Ray Pittman running the anchor leg for Howard.
And gone.
We saw her earlier in the sprints. She has speed to burn.
Absolutely.
Tiffany Ray Pittman all by her lonesome, running against the track and the clock. Again, the time to beat, 3:52.1. That was the best mark in the first heat by Delaware State. Howard looking for the fireworks, the cherry on top, if you will, to cap off their third consecutive MEAC Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship. Gutting it out, final few meters. Tiffany Ray Pittman across, and the Bison will take the women's 4x4, and with it, their third women's indoor title in a row.
Wow. And they left no doubt.
Their 6th overall, won it in 22, 23, and now in 24.
Very impressive. Very impressive. And as you see at the start, again, a very clean start. Everything going well, but you can't drop the baton.
We will have our men's 4x4, but first, let's interview our men's 3,000 meter, our women's. We'll speak with the men's in just a moment. Our women's 3,000 meter champion, an impressive race run earlier. Well, Mercelin Camayo will be joining us as Camayo able to take the women's a time of 10:01. Again, Tiffany Ray Pittman will speak with our champion in just a moment. Tiffany Ray Pittman able to wrap things up. And there is the cherry on top, if you will, is now, as we teased just a moment ago, we are joined by our men's 3,000 meter champion, a freshman, and what an impressive performance, Meshack Kuyo. Meshack, just your first year in the MEAC, a very smooth race. If you would, just walk us through this race and what led to your success.
I've been training so well, so yeah, I had to make a move, so that's it. So yeah.
Meshack, you never broke stride. You were smooth as glass. How well did it feel going and just running everybody down in this race?
I've been preparing for this. So
yeah, you have.
It was like, yeah.
Well,
it was nothing like new to me. Yeah.
A man of few words, but he let his running do the talking, a freshman, and I have no doubt we will see you coming up in the years to come, both indoor and outdoor. What a performance. Our most sincere congratulations.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Meshack Kuyo of NC Central. You got a smile out of him there, Foss. And you could tell when he was tracking down some of the opponents.
He was just running people down. It never broke stride,
Never once. Never broke stride. He made it look easy. And we say that a lot of times. Sometimes it's a little hyperbolic. But in that case, completely true.
Yeah, those are the ones that are better than most. They get the look at great. And I would be shocked if anyone beats him in the MEAC when he's there.
The freshman from Kenya, his countrywoman, Mercelin Camayo, also winning the women's 3,000. And she added a few to it as well. The mile, the 5,000, as well as the distance medley relay. It's going to be hard to imagine that someone besides Mercelin Camayo will win the Outstanding Runner, an award she won in this a year ago.
Question is, who was the smoother of the two? Because they just glided around this 200 meter. They just glided around this 200 meter track, and made it look too easy.
Voss, when we return, the final event of the competition, men's 4x4, to wrap up the championship.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
in the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
Your women's 4x4 relay medal presentation. South Carolina State finishing third. Coppin State in second. But again, it is the Bison of Howard. Your winners, 342.03, Woodruff, Turner, Robinson, and the anchor leg run by Tiffany Ray Pittman, as Howard will secure their third consecutive MEAC Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship, their 6th overall.
Yeah, they definitely came through at the end. Their exchanges were what got them there. The speed and the strength around twice was also helpful. But again, Kit, it's the exchanges. I remember as a little kid running track, I dropped the baton. It scars you because we were doing well. But it doesn't matter if you can't get the exchange.
Right you are. The exchange, one of those things that has to be on point, and
yes,
it was for the Bison, amongst other things, as they put another impressive performance in to wrap things up. Another women's title for Coach David Oliver. He was last year's outstanding coach for the meet on the women's side. And you could certainly see why the talent they have, the depth of talent they have, so impressive.
Yeah, and that what does that say to, we know Norfolk State's women are extremely and ridiculously strong. Where does that put the Howard Bison women, given that fact? I mean, and again, it was close. It was neck and neck to this 4x400 meter relay. Unfortunate occurrence for Norfolk State with the exchange, as you mentioned, but wow.
Here are your lane assignments, heat 1 of 2, men's 4x4, final event for the men. NC Central in 3, Delaware State in 4, Maryland Eastern Shore in 5, Morgan State will be in lane number 6. We will see the Spartans of Norfolk State, the 2-time defending men's champion, and they look to secure their 3rd consecutive following suit of Howard in the 2nd heat. But right now, focus on the first. And all these teams trying to set that mark. You're trying to set the standard and hope it will not be bested in the second heat.
Yeah, so there is incentive to go all out for a variety of reasons. As you mentioned, though, you'll have to sit and wait and anticipate, am I going to have the ability to hold off the next set of relay teams?
Underway, heat 1 of 2, men's 4x4, Delaware State, Maryland Eastern Shore, Morgan State, the 3 in it. A DNS for North Carolina Central. So we will see of these 3 who can set the best mark. 4x4, and as you said, Foss, different from the outdoor. It is 2 laps around, and that makes it for a completely different race.
Well, you have to have a different type of strategy because you can hang, and we saw that with the women. Just stay right on that hip, and then if you've got more tiger in the tank around those last turns, you can wind up winning.
Also the banked track, so some major differences in the indoor to the outdoor.
Yes.
Maryland Eastern Shore looking for the first exchange, and they have it. Morgan State right there as well. Delaware State in third after the first exchange.
And I don't know if you want to be in front unless you know that you can carry it 2 times strong around the track, because you could get run down from behind, and that's just the worst feeling. And again, this could be another situation here because that runner on that hip can know, listen, I've got another 150 meters that my competitor doesn't know I have in the tank.
Morgan State leading here, second leg. The Hawks of Maryland Eastern Shore in second, Hornets of Delaware State in third. Good exchange from both the Bears and the Hawks. Third leg in our first heat.
So you got to expend a lot of energy to get where that lead runner is. And now if that lead runner has taken out, gone out that first 75 fast, but not that fast, there may be some more in the tank, and that's what you have to realize if you're that catch guy. Sometimes is maybe I've gone out too fast. Can I overtake the lead runner? This is a good race here.
Bears and the Hawks, Morgan State and Eastern Shore neck and neck right there. Eastern Shore just off the shoulder, I should say, as we come into the final.
Good exchange.
Exchange here. Third exchange, rather, and
this is going to be
a great race between these two.
Some strategy. Did you see the technique? Morgan State ran out in lane 2 to make it difficult to pass.
And 1 exchange remaining here in the third leg of 4. Morgan State, Maryland Eastern Shore right there. Delaware State has dropped back. Now the Bears maybe putting a little distance between themselves and the Hawks.
Again, it's tough to use that burst to catch up to that lead runner, and how much can you maintain that?
What a third leg run here from Morgan State. Excuse me, final leg. Apologies there. Is Morgan State able to get it? The third exchange is what I meant to say. That really set the tone for Morgan State and the Bears. That anchor leg, full credit, but it was about that third leg and that final exchange that really set the table for the Bears.
Yeah, and you could tell that there was a little more tiger in the tank for the Morgan State Bears because you had South Carolina State trying, when in the exchange there, and I apologize, trying to come up and overtake Morgan. You couldn't do it because you only had, Eastern Shore only had so much that they could do to try to catch up. Then to pass takes another gear and you don't have necessarily all the acceleration.
Yeah, great third and final leg run by the Bears of Morgan State as they finish 3:16.46. That is the mark to beat as we turn our sights to our fourth and final event, our second and final heat here in the 4x4. Howard, South Carolina State, Norfolk State, and Coppin State. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 to start things off. Coppin State won this event a year ago, a time of 3:14.25. The Eagles will be in lane number 6. The conference record set back in 2021 by then member North Carolina A&T, 3:03.16. Coppin State, the defending champion. And the Eagles win it again to cap off the 2024 Indoor Track and Field Championships.
It'll be interesting to see who runs these last couple of legs.
Norfolk State, they want to finish on a high. They will be the men's champion, their third consecutive indoor championship for the men. But they will be tested. Howard, Coppin State, South Carolina State, all looking to take this 4x4. Everyone wants to finish on a high note.
Yeah, they do. Looks like Solomon Hammond getting in there, trying to close the gap. He's coming in second.
And the first exchange, Norfolk State leading the way are the Spartans. Howard having dropped back into third. Coppin State currently sitting in second are the Eagles. Fans on their feet. Second leg. Spartans, Eagles, Bison. And the Bulldogs in fourth currently. Coppin State making a move. They take over first here in the second leg. And they'll get the first exchange. Here come the Eagles.
A great race.
Third leg, Coppin State trying to find a bit of room between themselves and the rest of the field as the Bison of Howard making their way into second place.
And see, there's not the lead guy, if he knows he has enough in the tank, he can let everybody else expend the energy and fight. And then when he realizes, hey, I've got about 100 meters to go on that half a lap, then you can burn.
That's exactly what Coppin State is going to do here in the third leg. You see it, smooth running from the Eagles.
Right.
South Carolina State, the Bulldogs have moved into second. Final exchange, here come the Eagles. Bulldogs of South Carolina State get that exchange second. Bison, Spartans to follow.
So now you just relax down that back straightaway, catch that turn real quick, and you know, look, I can do 200 meters anytime, any day, especially to win this relay championship. You got the crowd, and you know you have a little distance, and you can stride it out.
Particularly when you have a runner of the caliber of Asa Francis, who won earlier for this individual event. The sophomore from St. Lucia looking to add a 4x4 title to it. But here come the Spartans, maybe not done yet. Fans on their feet, but will not be able to catch Coppin State. The Eagles will take it. 3:09.88. Spartans finishing second, Bison in third. South Carolina State right behind them in fourth.
Coppin State, they like this race.
Won it last year. Take it again in 2024 to the Eagles. And they finish as your men's 4x4 relay champions.
They have some serious star power on that relay.
Yeah, what a race indeed. It was Norfolk State there early, but Coppin State, that third and fourth runner, ultimately too much. But Norfolk State will secure the men's title, their 3rd in a row. Howard on the women's side, a lot closer than last year, but the Bison make it 3 in a row. So congratulations to Coach Kenneth Giles of Norfolk State and his counterpart David Oliver of Howard.
You see the separation that Coppin State gets, and then you can just get out there and glide. And then, as you mentioned, Asa Francis. I still think he probably had a little bit more if he needed it.
Francis able to wrap things up, handing the Eagles their 2nd consecutive men's 4x4 relay title.
You got guys jumping up. It is jubilant. It's a heck of a relay race, the mile relay, indoor or out.
It was indeed. Foss, not too long ago, we saw the women of Howard take the 4x4 relay title, and another impressive performance as they now join us. Tiffany Ray Pittman running the anchor leg. And Tiffany Ray, impressive performance from your Bison, but this is what we've grown accustomed to seeing. Just talk to us, if you will, about the standard there at Howard and how high that bar is, that you know when you're going to run for the Bison what you have to do.
Yes, before we even ran, they announced the school record. And some of those girls aren't here with us today, but a good amount of us are here, 1, 2, 3, who've seen that happen, been a part and worked alongside those girls before. So we just want to make sure the torch has been passed and we continue that legacy. We had Anaya pop off for us. She fought. And then Zoe, of course, and Mackenzie, our freshman. I'm so proud of her. She held the lead. And I just had to bring it home. The weight was on our backs, and we got it done.
You talked about passing the torch. Your exchanges were very smooth, and that was very important. We saw in the men's race that the baton was dropped. Y'all practice those exchanges even as a mile relay?
Yes, so before we even got out, Coach said, make sure you get that baton around, no mess-ups. And so we've been in high-pressure situations, and so we knew we had to deliver today.
Oh, an impressive performance all the way around. Congratulations to you, your teammates. Another 4x4 title, another women's title as well. 3 in a row for Howard.
Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you so much.
A freshman there as well on the 4x4. They don't replace, they just reload.
Clearly. And as mentioned, they saw what last year meant and what the standard is for that team and for that relay team.
Yeah, Tiffany Ray Pittman, she said it. They understand what this standard is. You come in, they set that record a year ago, maybe didn't break it this year, but they come away victorious. 4 more gold medals, another team title for David Oliver, a lot to celebrate there in the district, and a lot to celebrate in Norfolk as well, as the Spartans and Kenneth Giles will take another men's title as well. But before we get to that, Foss, that Coppin State team on the men's side, they've got the 4x4 down.
Yeah, they got speed to burn. Nobody is a weak sister in that one. They can run. And they had beautiful exchanges as well, Kit.
Yeah, they did indeed. Mr. Francis running the anchor leg, and take a look at the men's 4x4. Coppin State, Norfolk State, and Howard finishing 1, 2, and 3 as they head over to the podium to receive their medals. Foss likes to take this opportunity to thank everyone at the MEAC, the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, particularly the Commissioner, Sonia O. Stills. What a phenomenal job they have done. This is the 43rd edition of this indoor track and field meet. Started back in 1981. They've done a great job, and I know you and I are pleased to be a very small part of it. It's an honor.
Absolutely. Well played. I think everything that you could ask for in an indoor championship was accomplished today. Great competition. You saw outstanding performances, and you're right. We appreciate being a part of such a fun event.
And we do. Hats off to all 8 institutions involved: Coppin State, Delaware State, Howard, University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, Morgan State, Norfolk State, North Carolina Central, and South Carolina State. At least we forget our friends down there in Orangeburg. But in all seriousness, it is a phenomenal conference. The talent you see, and I mention this because we've got basketball coming up around the corner, my friend.
Right.
We will transition from the track to the hardwood. Don't worry, we'll be back on the track later this spring.
Yeah, and you know, I love the MEAC for a bunch of reasons. My dad, one of the alums from one of the schools there, and rest in peace. But it's just a treat to be able to then participate as he was a student of this conference.
Yeah, it's so impressive to see the student athletes, and a lot of times we forget what these athletes are doing in the classroom, and to me that's more impressive. They have 2 full-time jobs.
Yes.
They are athletes, they are students, they are doing them both, and you see their accomplishments in the classroom. They're easy to see in their athletics. Sometimes a little more difficult to see their academic accomplishments, but they are, in my opinion, as if not more impressive. And you see what they will go on to do, it's incredible.
Absolutely. You are a student athlete, but again, as incredible as you see on this track, you know, they're still getting it done and done well in the classroom. And as a former student athlete, I commend these young men and women for what they're doing as well, and as proficiently as they're doing it also.
Without a doubt. Another great edition of the MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Big thanks to our entire crew, both in studio and here at the beautiful Virginia Beach Sports Center. 3 outstanding days of competition, Foss. Wrapping things up today. All the events in the books. And again, congratulations to all of our competitors, all the teams. But it's Coppin State, the Eagles, who take the men's 4x4.
And very happy in receiving that honor. And they earned it.
They did indeed. We'll take a look at our final standings with all of the events having been scored in just a moment. But we will speak with the Eagles of Coppin State. Another impressive performance in the 4x4. First, here are those standings we alluded to. Everything final, all 17 events having been factored in. Norfolk State will take another men's title, 3 in a row, and the trifecta for Howard on the women's side. But it wasn't easy for the Bison women.
No, not at all. They were pushed by Norfolk State. It was a very good competition in the team category for the women.
Congratulations to all of our competitor institutions. Foss, we mentioned Coppin State won this event a year ago. They win it in 2024 as well, as we're now joined by the men of Coppin State, Mr. Cunningham, Drakes, Gentils, and Francis. And guys, an impressive performance. You did it a year ago, you do it this year. No let off whatsoever. What is it there in the water in Baltimore?
It's good, man. We've been training. We know what we're capable of, and we just have to come and execute.
Well, more than capable. Y'all were so smooth in the exchanges. I think because it was tight, but then you also extended your lead. You must know that you have a little bit more than everyone else going into that last lap here in the indoor season.
Yeah, I know I had a lot of pressure on me, and I wanted second leg because I wanted to put my team in a good position. I mean, we work hard for it, and the guys deserve it. So, you know, yeah, we're thankful. Thank God.
Well, the hard work pays off. Congratulations to you, Mr. Drakes, and all of your teammates as well. A victory for Coppin State in the men's 4x4. Congratulations. Enjoy it. Very well deserved.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Coppin State wrapping things up. Final events, and we started earlier this morning, Foss. It was a long list of events, but now we are done. Well, not quite.
No.
Coming up, we are going to have the award ceremonies. Don't go anywhere. A lot of trophies and awards coming up after this.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
We fight for the right causes. We believe
In the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
It's more than a game, it's an experience. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the MEAC basketball tournament tips off March 13th through the 16th at the Norfolk Scope Arena. Bear witness to the intensity, the skill, and the passion as the MEAC's men's and women's basketball teams battle for a chance to dance. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com or at MEAC Institution's ticketing offices. For more information, log on to MEACHoops.com.
There is something greater than finishing first.
True champions stand on principles.
we fight for the right causes. We believe
In the power of teamwork, whether in rebounding, receiving, or in research.
In service and in sportsmanship.
Only a few have what it really takes.
We develop the talent, we unleash the potential.
It all boils down to this. Now
is the time. This is the place.
We are MEAC.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
What are you guys doing? Learning that HBCUs are not only about networking, there's also secret handshakes. That's cap. HBCUs do not have secret handshakes, right?
You mean this secret handshake?
Cool. Wow, these guys are almost cricket 5G fast.
We're kidding. There's no such thing as a secret handshake.
Or is there?
Whoa, that's how you do it.
Welcome back. 2024 MEAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. The award ceremony is coming up, and for the third consecutive year on the men's side, it is the Spartans of Norfolk State are your champions. 13th title overall, now joined by their head coach, Kenneth Giles. Coach, congratulations. Another impressive performance by your Spartans. Before we get to this year, if you would, could you give us an update? Anything about Kai Cole? We saw him go down. Is there any information that you could tell us, just concerned about your star runner?
Yeah, I tell you what, man. He broke Tim Montgomery's school record in his 60, and he was very prime, for an excellent race in the 200. But unfortunately, in track and field, things like this happens, and he had a calf strain, so he dodged a good one. Nothing major. He should be able to recover, and he'll be ready to go at the opening of the outdoor season.
Coach, fantastic news. Very happy to hear that. Another impressive performance by your side, and we said it, 3 in a row, 13 overall. Coach, how do you do it?
Hey, I tell you what, I can't do it without the support of the athletic staff. Dr. J, our president, Melody Webb, our athletic director, and I got a fabulous coaching staff. I mean, they make me look good, and I tell you what, man, I tell them all the time, it takes a whole group for us to win this thing, and everybody's involved in it, even down to our athletic trainer and all. So everybody contributed to this championship. It was a total team effort.
Well, Coach, our most sincere congratulations. Another very impressive performance by your Spartans. Go enjoy it with your team. Thank you for speaking with us.
Congratulations, Coach.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
3 in a row for Coach Giles. Outstanding coach on the men's side a year ago. I have a feeling he may be outstanding coach on the men's side this year as well. But he said it's a team effort. And as good as he is, as talented as he is, like any athlete, any coach, he doesn't do it alone. He has a phenomenal staff.
Correct.
And we see that with the Spartans. They are talented. And like all good teams, all good programs, Foss, they know how to win.
Yeah, they do. And they get it done. It's a total team effort because, again, without it, they may be looking up at the Howard Bison. They could be looking up at Dell State. But here, because of the impressive output, the team effort, Norfolk State commanding in this indoor MEAC track season.
You think about losing athletes like Reagan Kimzai, one of their star distance runners a year ago. He was one of the outstanding runners a year ago, but they have so much talent. We've seen Isaac Haywood doubling up as he won the triple jump as well. We saw him earlier, had the opportunity to speak with him. They just know how to get it done, and that is the case with good teams. Good to hear that Kai Cole simply a strain, and he'll be ready for the outdoor season.
There you go, because he is an integral part of the Norfolk State men's track team.
Again, like to thank everyone at the MEAC, particularly Commissioner Sonia Stills.
Yes.
for having us another fantastic outing. Some of the awards being handed out here. Morgan State.
The Bears. Dad would have been proud. He was so, I guess, supportive of his school, you know. And I've got sweatshirts from B. Moore and from him. And it's just great to see his school being competitive here over this weekend.
You talk about loyalty amongst college alums. I don't know that any conference has the loyalty that the MEAC does. They are certainly up there.
Yes.
There may be a few that are in the mix, but they are at the very top in my estimation.
Oh, no doubt.
We'll speak with Coach Oliver of Howard coming up in just a bit as his women, another title there to bring back to the district. A pretty quick trip back to Norfolk for Coach Giles from Virginia Beach, but it's going to be a happy one, as well as the case for Coach Oliver.
Well, and he being probably the recipient of the most outstanding woman. So, you know, hands in both sides of the indoor track season. Congratulations to the Morgan State Bears women, third place.
Your third place finisher on the women's side, the Bears of Morgan State. An impressive performance from those women, at least we forget. And Coach Giles did a good job mentioning not just the coaches, but the trainers, everyone else involved. It is truly a team affair.
Well, especially when you're getting athletes prepared to race, multiple races, prelims, and then finals.
And here comes Coach Giles and his women, finishing as second in the women's team standings with 188 points. They battled with Howard, but ultimately the Bison just too much. An impressive second place finish for the Spartans.
Coach Giles doing what he can with what he got, and he's done a lot. His women very impressive as well. Right down battling the Howard Bison to the end. And again, he probably has the most outstanding women's track athlete for this indoor. Yeah. Probably.
We will see. Merceline Camayo, the defending champion, won the most outstanding runner at this event a year ago.
Yes.
And she did the same as she did in 2023. Won the 5,000, started on Sunday. They won the distance DMR, and then today she won the mile and the 3,000. You can't ask for a whole lot more.
But not just win, bested the times.
Yeah, set personal records in most of those as well. It's one thing to win, but to continue to get better, to continue to improve in every event.
Yes.
So difficult. Congratulations to Coach Giles and his women, your second place finisher.
The strong competition. A lot of gold on that women's team.
Yeah, last year they were a distant second. This year,
not so much.
Not so much.
Close. Get down on it, Coach. Happy with both sides of his program, very much so.
And one thing you see is if you're able to get one side going, the other is going to pick it up. And that's exactly what's happened with the Spartans. It's not the men that are outstanding to the women. They are both
outstanding programs.
They are indeed. And that's a credit to Coach Giles.
Yes.
To having that talent in that bar, the standard is set for both.
And he looks like he's having a lot of fun.
How could you not?
I mean, right. You're like, look, I got Bevy and Richie. That guy, look, yeah. I mean, he's stacked on both sides.
More trophies.
Yes.
It's not a bad problem to have more trophies than you can handle.
No, sir. And I know, I'm sure both the men and the women of these top programs push each other, you know?
I think you're exactly right. You see that with the excellence across the board.
Right.
You see a teammate on one side maybe finishing first or second, you know, well, you're going to have to up your game.
And you see he's crowded around possibly the most outstanding woman in this indoor track championship.
Yeah, we'll see if it is indeed Merceline Kamayo.
But a team effort to get that trophy and to recognize the excellence that Norfolk State also presenting.
Without a doubt.
It's a great group.
Impressive performance from those Spartan women.
However, there is nothing like being the champion.
And that is the case for the Howard University Bison, making the short trip down from the district for their third consecutive women's indoor track and field championship.
Make a move, son. Leaving lasting legacies.
But it's another program. We heard when we spoke with Tiffany Ray Pittman after the 4x4 victory, lost athletes like Darcy Kahn to graduation, but they reload. They just continue to bring in talent. No discernible drop off there, my friend.
Zero. And you know, still over 200 in the points total. So
outstanding field athlete of the competition.
From the Morgan State Bears. Just shows you that these teams, they have talent top to bottom, even if they're not the champion.
Well, Foss, our women's outstanding runner,
is not last year's defender. It looks like it's the freshman.
I believe it is. We'll wait for confirmation on that. Merceline Kamayo won it last year, has a teammate who takes the outstanding track athlete title home in 2024. Well, congratulations there to the Spartans. Able to keep that trophy there in Norfolk. Yvonne Sandui, the freshman.
We have another one.
Last year, there were co-winners of outstanding runners for the men. A pair of Spartans in Sigi and Kim Tai. And well, in case you thought we forgot, there is Merceline Kamayo, who won this award a year ago. Will take it with her again, and for good reason. Another incredibly impressive performance.
She's got another year.
Just a junior, the Kenyan. And
talent.
as you said,
talent.
Shaved 5 seconds off her mile winning time from last year to this. Can she continue with that
young
pace?
lady, congratulations. Keep it up. Keep it going. That is such an impressive feat.
Yeah, congratulations to her. And there are your co-outstanding track athletes on the women's side for 2024.
Awesome.
Congratulations to those two Spartans.
They know how to compete.
No argument here, my friend. And your outstanding coach on the women's side, David Oliver, for the Bison of Howard, won it a year ago, and well-deserved, as he will take that title back to the district with him in 2024, as well as a team title for the third consecutive year.
I like his top. I like the fashions, man. If you're going to come up to the mic or the podium to get the Outstanding Coach Award, he's representing top to bottom, and a great job, Coach.
So if we hopefully have the opportunity to speak with him
Yes.
in a bit, but he has got little hardware to collect first for another team title, and I think that is the most important. Obviously, being
Right.
an outstanding coach is one
Correct.
thing, but I can guarantee you the trophy that is coming up, that is what means the most.
Yeah, team championship, there's no substitution. And these women are extremely excited. Yes, they are the champs. The Howard Bison for 2024 for the indoor track season. They are the champs.
We said did it in 2022, 2023, and now 3 in a row in 2024.
Yeah, and that's consistency, and there's nothing like it.
5th. Now the 6th overall championship. They won their 5th last year.
Right.
They have 6 do the Bison on the women's side.
Yeah.
And if you're a junior track athlete at Howard, you don't know any better. This is just how it is. You show up, you win, you get another title. Just kind of what it is.
That's the way you want to go to college or your university. Absolutely.
Yeah, not
Just
a
like
bad
that.
deal right there.
Just like that.
4 conference championships. If they could do that again next year, that will obviously be the goal, to make it 4 in a row. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
No.
3, a lot to celebrate.
Yes.
For Howard University.
And excited they are as well. They should be. MEAC champs. T-shirt and caps.
You have to earn those.
You sure do.
And it is not what they've done the last 3 days, but the years they've spent on the track, in the weight room, the early mornings, the late nights, the heat in the summer, the cold in the winter.
Yeah.
This is really the fruition of all of that effort.
It's a good look. It's a real good look.
Just because they make it look easy,
Doesn't
don't get it
mean that
confused.
it is.
Winning is not easy.
No, sir.
They just make it look that way.
Correct.
That is a tribute to them and everyone there at Howard University women's track and field. Howard and Norfolk State 1 and 2 on the women's side. They will finish 1 and 2 on the men's side as well, but just flipping those finishes.
Yeah, it happens. But that's what competition does. It brings out the best. And congratulations to these women.
There it is, the three-peat, Foss.
Yes.
And again, here are your final standings, all events having been scored.
Yes.
Howard, 204 points, your women's champion. Norfolk State right behind them at 188. Morgan State finishing 3rd. On the men's side, Norfolk State taking that title, 178 points. Howard finishing 2nd, 109. And Delaware State with the 3rd place finish on the men's side.
I tell you, Delaware State, pretty good combo with the men's and women's effort as well. I think that they're also in the picture.
Without further ado, we are now joined by the MEAC's outstanding coach on the women's side. Won that title a year ago, and his women 3 in a row. MEAC Indoor, their 6th title overall. Coach David Oliver. Coach, first off, congratulations. It's difficult to win one conference title. How do you win 3 in a row?
Yeah, it's difficult. You know, this probably was the toughest indoor championship that we've had to endure to win. You know, the regular season didn't go that great for us. You know, we've got an injury list that's pretty long with some top athletes in the conference, unfortunately. But, you know, it's a testament to the student athletes and just how well they work and just what just the effort. You know, that's really what it is. So I'm just happy for them.
Coach, I love the look. You got to tell me where I can get one of those tops. But look, you you put together.
Well, that shout out to my homegirls, Rachel and Rebecca Crouch. You know, alum of Howard University. They got a great brand, and they are great artists. And so just check them out on Instagram.
You got it. Listen, we also want to check out the fact that, you know, over 200 points again. You bring back a solid group. Talk about the leadership that carried you home to this championship as opposed to last year.
Oh, yeah, well, we lost about 135 points from last year's indoor championship team that weren't competing for us this year for various reasons. So, you know, graduating such a superstar, Jessica Wright, you know, we lost a lot, and that was a big void. And, yeah, the people like Tiffany Ray Pittman, Mignon Smalls, folks like that really stepped in and filled the void for us this year. And, you know, so we'll see, you know, who will continue to step up. And now it's on the outdoor season to see what we can do there.
Coach, we look forward to see what you can do in the outdoor. Another impressive performance in the indoor. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Coach.
Hey, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
3 in a row for David Oliver and his Bison on the women's side. And he said this has been the most difficult of the 3. Lost a lot of talent from that record-setting team a year ago, but they were still able to come away with another title.
Well, understand this. He said he lost 135 points. What he lost would have put somebody in 3rd place.
That's exactly right.
Wow.
235 points a year ago, and you said it, they were still able to eclipse the 200-point mark this year.
Yes.
A lot of young athletes for the Bison stepping up.
Yes.
As we turn our sights over toward the men, and there are your 3rd place winners. The Hornets of Delaware State finishing with 100 points, just 9 back of Howard. And congratulations to them. An impressive performance from the men from Dover.
Yeah, and they're going to get better, as you mentioned, with the freshmen. And there's going to be a senior pole vaulter that's probably going to jump out of the daggone stadium next year. I want to be efficient. Again, he had more passes than the Navy. I mean, ridiculous in what you see in some of these athletes that are winning gold in the MEAC.
They are putting on displays, record-setting displays. So many PRs set, conference record set, meet record set the last 3 days as we turn to Howard, your 2nd place finisher in the men's team standings.
Yeah, great effort on the men's side. It starts at the top. These coaches are par excellence. It translates both to the men and the women on the student athlete side, and they produce. And you don't see drop off from year to year. It's not a flash in the pan.
We talk about consistency in these athletes.
Yes.
And I think to the point you just made, it comes from the coaches. You see David Oliver here for Howard, Kenneth Giles for Norfolk State. That is the trickle-down effect. When you have a coach of that caliber, that consistency, I'm not going to say it's easy for your program,
no,
but it's easier.
Well, and they have fun and they enjoy what they do. You can see the looks. You can see, you know, through all the practices, they really appreciate these student athletes that come and perform, and they thank all the supporting staff that allows that as well. They don't forget anybody.
They certainly do not. Howard University, your men's 2nd place finisher. An impressive performance with 109 points.
And coach said he lost 135 on the women's side. My goodness.
To lose that amount of points, those caliber of athletes, and to still come away with the title.
And break the 200-point mark. He's got a great program as well.
He certainly does. So much talent there in the district on both the men's and women's side.
And have some fun, young men.
Absolutely.
You earned it.
You put all the hard work in.
Yep.
The fruits of your labor on full display, and rightfully so.
Great to see celebrations by these top 3 units on both the men's and women's side here in the MEAC. People don't understand how hard it is to do a track workout.
your outstanding field athlete in 2024 for the Bison. Outstanding track athlete for Norfolk State. No surprise, for the second consecutive year, your men's indoor track and field outstanding coach, Norfolk State, Coach Kenneth Giles. Another piece of hardware for that extensive cabinet. Congratulations to both Coach Giles and Coach Oliver, repeating their outstanding coach awards from a year ago, and you can certainly see why. We saw the Bison women celebrate their three-peat, and now the Spartan men will have the opportunity to do so as well. 3 in a row for Norfolk State men, 13th overall. There's Kai Cole. Good to see him on his feet. Coach Giles just said a calf strain for the star sprinter. And a lot to celebrate for the Spartans. Cole may want to get a thrower to hold that trophy for any length of time.
No, Kai Cole says, no, I'll hold it. I'm good.
Kai Cole, no stranger to hardware.
No.
Great 3 days of action here in Virginia Beach. And big thanks to our host, the Virginia Beach Sports Center. And all of you for joining us on ESPN Plus, wherever you may have been joining us from. Your MEAC men's indoor track and field champions. And another team that lost a lot of talent from last year, but as we saw for the Howard women, Norfolk State men just reloading, bringing more talent.
I mean, it is impressive to see how well these coaches have gotten their teams back in the winner's circle.
Finished with 178 points to take the men's team title. Impressive contributions from all of the track and field athletes. Sometimes we focus on the ones around the oval. Field athletes doing their job as well.
Did you do any field events?
None that I want to relive.
Oh, okay.
None that I was good enough to speak of.
Had fun with the shot put. No discus or javelin for me. But I had some guys that did that in college. They were, you know, their timing the strength, the speed. They did well in other sports. Very impressive.
Absolutely.
Both, I can tell you from the men and the women's standpoint, and they went on to college and did well as they went through their years. It's awesome.
Your 2024 MEAC Men's Indoor Track and Field Champions, the Norfolk State Spartans. Three in a row for the men in the green. Really looking forward to the outdoor season, Floss.
Oh, yeah.
We will see a lot of these faces again and come outdoors, see if they can turn indoor into outdoor gold.
Right, and Kai Cole holding it up.
The green and gold representing. For our entire crew, for my partner, Steve Foster, we thank you for joining us for the 2024 MEAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. This has been a presentation of ESPN.